Hey everyone, hopefully everything is working, and I want to welcome everyone to ReveCon, the very first Revelations convention that we've ever had. Thankfully, we're able to do something like this where we can stream it, and we need to strike the music. Sorry. We've got everything set up. We believe everything's working. We're going to go through the agenda first, just to kind of like let everyone kind of just get in and get everything moving and everything being good. So first, after we go through kind of some of the basic stuff, we're going to get into new models and stuff that is in progress and projects for, for Revelation Skirmish. We're going to go over next special events for Revelation Skirmish. That'll be some fun stuff that's coming up later in 2023. The third session is what do you want to see in Revelation Skirmish? And this is also in Revelations as a whole, but this is so that we want community interaction. We want community feedback on all kinds of stuff, different types of models that might be cool, different types of unit types that would be fun, lore stuff that you would like to see, maybe like more novels or more lore components or supplement products, different stuff like that, like all kinds of stuff. And it's not just the game focus, it's Revelations as a whole that, that you can think about. Next, we'll be going over the new Kickstarter that we're planning, which will be coming out this year. We'll get into that. We'll have 3 different breaks. So the first one's around 6:15. Then we'll get into future stories that are in Revelations. Next is the Q&A session. We're going to be answering questions here and there as it seems appropriate based on the time and everything that's moving forward. But that'll be one session that's specifically to do the Q&A. Then we'll have a longer break for food for the crew here, and then also for you guys to be able to, because I know this is going to be a longer time than what we've normally done when we've done different types of streaming events. Next, after that, we'll come back to a demo / learn to play Revelation Skirmish, and we're going to cover the fundamentals of the game. We're going to have one more break after that, and then the last, which is the big event also, is for the Core Republic versus the Orca forces, but using the automated system. And that will be something that we're going to get into quite a bit as we're going throughout the rest of the day. So housekeeping, I think it's always good for events to have like a general housekeeping thing first, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. We've tested all of the different tech components, but this is something that is definitely a stretch for us. So we might run into some bumps here and there. If something does come up, such as the stream going down, which would be really bad, we will immediately start making updates posted to our Facebook page, Revelations Universe, on Facebook. I figure a lot more people have access to the Facebook than with our Discord. But even if Facebook were to fail, then we can move to Discord to communicate with everyone. If the YouTube stream were to drop for some reason, we will try to get YouTube back up as quick as possible. So keep checking YouTube for a couple of minutes plus with Facebook. But if YouTube just crashes or something crazy happens, we were going to try to switch over to Twitch, which our account there is Revelations Universe. All right. As I mentioned, you guys will be able to ask questions. When you think of them, just ask right away. We have 2 different people of the crew to help try to capture certain questions. You'll notice Kursala might be hopping into the chat here and there as appropriate to answer some of the questions, maybe some of like the easy ones, because we don't, while we might suspect that most of you watching are veterans of Revelations or Revelation Skirmish, there might be plenty of you that also are very new, or maybe you kind of saw this, but you haven't kind of checked back in a while. So we wanted to try to make this feel like an event that was welcoming for everyone in the community, not people who were already heavily invested and already have armies and everything, and it's not too deep. We want to try to make it accessible and fun and enjoyable for everybody, regardless of how much you do or don't know about Revelations. So ask the questions. If during certain sessions I've just run through and done everything I wanted to say, I'll periodically possibly go through and we set up a doc where I can kind of just go through and just grab certain questions that kind of just pop out at me. But otherwise, we do have the Q&A session, which will also be a good opportunity for that. We are recording all of the sessions as best we can at the moment with the tech. So the idea is that hopefully we can take it and dissect it later. So if you do have to leave part of the stream part way or something, you should be able to come back and review it later. And one of the things that we wanted to do that I wanted to hit on was doing this at 4 p.m. Eastern, specifically because it hopefully gave most of our European community the ability to watch the first 2 sessions, which are like the really big ones. and then not feel like they were being completely left out or something. And, but we also have them recorded so you can come back later as well. So now is the time to get into a little bit about Revelations if you're completely brand new. Revelations is something that I created. I guess my name is Rick Graham. I didn't think to introduce myself at the beginning. And I'm the creator of Revelations, both the universe and the lore and the novels right now, but also the miniature game. We have a team of people who've helped along the way for different components, but I've been the one, sitting at the helm for the duration of this. So Revelations, more specifically, has been going on for like 6 years now. Revelations Skirmish has now been going for 3 years straight. Despite some very significant major challenges that came up, such as a major pandemic happened right when we launched our very first Kickstarter. It was like right at the beginning of the lockdowns. So we ended up, we tried a second campaign like really quick. That didn't work. It's just the lockdowns everyone was concerned about how much money they were going to have. And it was totally understandable, right? But we ended up deciding to launch our own shop, try to get everything funded through pre-orders, and then which we were able to do. And then we successfully launched. We met our deadline. The game has been going ever since. White Light Media, which is the company I started, which is the umbrella over Revelations and Revelations Skirmish, is composed of myself and a variety of different freelancers that have come and gone. Our team at the moment is myself. We have a couple of other modelers, a concept artist, and then we have Kursala or Chris, who is a very big part of how we've been able to move things forward because he is very knowledgeable on model creating and model editing, which has helped us to be able to increase the number of poses and variants that we have and be able to get things out to get everything to the standard that we're trying to get to. As of right now, we have 5 novels. I'll get kind of into that later. And we have multiple short stories. We have a universe primer, which is free on our shop. If you haven't been there before, it's shoprevelations.com. And you can download the primer, the rules, and like we've tried to make things very player friendly. Being a war gamer now myself for over 20 years, I understand what it's like to have things hidden behind paywalls or only sold in different types of rule books and all these other components that you have to go out and buy all of this stuff and bring it all back together so that you're actually able to play just one game, of the war game that you wanted to get into. Additionally, we have a lot of different artwork. Some of it is now being retired because we're updating certain things, but we continue to add more illustrations, more line art, and continue to, because there's a lot of visual components of Revelations that we want to still do and share with our players and our community. So we're going to continue to be pushing with that. So this is a piece of art that we had. It's an illustration of a battle scene where the Blood Wolves are the 2 mechs that you see here, the Spade and the Sierra in the back, attacking a processing compound that the Union of Stars controls on the planet Benson. So it's just a really cool scene of just mercenaries just wrecking house and in a quick kind of assault sort of mission. For those who don't know, Revelations itself does not have anything to do with Earth. They're humans, but they do not originate from Earth. They originate from the planet Prime. But additionally, there are 10 major nations that make up Revelations. The big one in the center is the Core Republic. That's where at one point they controlled all of the worlds. And over time and due to other major events, you ended up having these other sub-nations start to break off and form and become major nations. So the white planets are colonized systems. Those are where there's actually a planet where people live. The orange are outpost systems where maybe there's a planet, but it's not properly colonized, or they're like an asteroid belt, or they build satellites or something else that there are people there, or they know of the system, but they don't necessarily have a huge sprawling population. So in total, there are over 250 colonized and outpost systems within Revelation. So there's lots of room to tell lots of really awesome and fun and exciting adventures. So some other things that we've done in 3 years with Revelation Skirmish. We've accomplished a lot for being a very small team. And even for myself, I'm not even doing this part full time yet. But we have the core rule book is free. All of our stats are available also for free as of like on our own official list builder, which is revelationswar.com. You can go there, build a list. You can see all of the stats for all of the factions, all of the sub factions. And then from there, you can print out your list, which has all the stats, all of the keywords that you need to know about that particular unit. We've tried to make everything very accessible and friendly for the players to get you to play as quick as possible without running into a bunch of other hurdles. As of right now, we have 5 playable factions counting mercenaries. And if you exclude the mercenary count, we have, after we finish releasing all of the stuff that we have just at a minimum already in progress in 2023, we will then have around 125 playable units. That counts some variants, obviously, and then some alternate poses. But really, we have, as of right now, 5 or 6 alternate poses. So the vast majority of it are unique models that you would be playing with in different configurations, which is not a small feat for the size of a studio that we are. And we sell all of our stuff as physical kits where you can buy them directly from us. They're already pre-printed. We do everything with 3D printers. So everything that you see later that I've painted is stuff that I have printed using the same machines that would then end up being product that you would buy if you bought the physical prints from us. Or we also are a big proponent of at-home use 3D printing. So we sell you the official STLs so you can print. And our intention is that all of it will become pre-supported. So it creates less barriers for you to get your armies printed, get them painted, get them assembled, get them out there onto the table, and you start playing. But we are completely STL friendly. We believe in the future of 3D printing, but we also wanted to provide a physical option for those who don't want to handle 3D printing or don't feel, or maybe they don't have room in their apartment or something. We want to make sure that it's still available so all players have access to it. And then the last thing I want to talk about just briefly is that we have an automated system. And what that is that it's a system, we're going to actually show it later, as I mentioned. And it is a engine that is a supplement to the core rules that allows you to either play by yourself or you can team up with your friends. And personally, I think this is a really fun thing to do in campaigns because now all of the buddies are now playing all the gaming guys are playing together to fight an enemy rather than always feeling that you have to be competitive because you don't want to lose, right? Most of us were playing, and maybe different players will be differing degrees of competitive, but it's a very different sort of enjoyable experience to be like, no, my friend and I are playing and we want to just blast the other side. We're not, if I crush his forces, he might feel bad, right? It does happen, but that's part of the competitive side too. But sometimes other players just want to relax. They just want to chill and just have fun with their friends. So you can team up together and fight an enemy. And I think that's a really, really enjoyable experience. And it's something that we've had for a year and a half or 2 years at this point, but I don't think I've done a good enough job promoting it. So I really want to try to hit on that now so that more people are aware of it. So here's some artwork, or really more of a bunch of different models that I painted for the Benson kind of promotion that we did about a year ago. You've got on the right, the Blood Wolves are an elite mercenary unit that are now about army sized, which when you get into the lore, it'll it's quite a few mechs. On the left, you have the Union of Stars, and I just painted this up and set this as like a cool, hopefully eye-catching kind of promo to kind of get people's attention and build awareness of Revelation Skirmish. Moving on, this is a kind of a group shot, a family shot of the Faust Union, which was the 4th major faction that we released this year, earlier in April. And that was a lot of fun as a release. This is for the Faust Union, which is a very different sort of culture than the core Republic, or than a lot of them. And we've tried to make each nation feel very, not alien to each other, but where they feel diverse enough so that they don't all seem like, well, what's the difference between picking these guys over somebody else, right? And another thing that we've really tried to hit that you can kind of see here between the 2 slides is that we really want each nation to feel aesthetically different, so that when you're playing and you sit down against your opponent or something, that you can pretty much identify immediately what faction they are. Now, if they're a bunch of stuff that's mixed together, you're like, okay, well, it's mercenaries, right? If they're all Faust Union, like you see here, well, I'm playing against the Faust Union. So that way, even if you want to paint them whatever colors you want, our intention is to continue to try to make the design language for each of the nations feel interesting visually for each of them. And this is just a close-up of the Juggernaut itself. So if you have not gone to our store, like I mentioned, we have the primer available for free. It's 29 pages, different pieces of lore, culture, some of the different religions and revelations, and then it also gets into a page on each of the 10 major factions. The core rulebook, which is available on our website, like I mentioned, also as a PDF for free. It's the full rules. And in that, you're going to find that there are 3 different game modes: Scout, Standard, and Heavy Metal. Each of them was designed to have their own objectives and their own point totals. And we'll get into that when we get to the demo part later. But just know that Scout is intended for pike on pike, which is 4 on 4, not counting the drones that you may or may not want to table, but it'll be 4 combat units versus 4, when Standard and Heavy Metal are intended to be company size, which would be 12 on 12 combat units against each other at max. This is just the cover art that we have for the primer and then the core rulebook. And as I mentioned, the automated system, as we'll get into that later, but it's a system that works off of multiple decks of cards, where the deck is set for the type of combat unit that it goes to. So like war mechs have their own deck, vehicles have their own, and infantry have their own. And then you use tokens to mark which unit is which, so that as you're drawing randomly, you know which of the automated forces to activate and use. And that's also the cover there. So if you go to our site, you'll know kind of what you're looking for. So as I mentioned, we have the 3 different decks, and they're labeled so that you know which pile that you're drawing from. And just as like an overview thing, like with the war mech, you'll have a number of different actions that you can perform: target lock, ranged attacks, and these will be different. Each card has a different set of orders. We made sure that every one of them is unique, so then that way it doesn't feel like you're just repeating the exact same actions every single time. And then if there's certain conditions, like you'll see on the number 2 there for the war mech, you perform a ranged attack against a previously target locked enemy model, or you attack the nearest eligible enemy model with an appropriate weapon. And that would just mean something like you wouldn't want to shoot at infantry with missiles. It doesn't really make sense. So what you would probably use is a ballistic weapon or an anti-infantry weapon. So you would just use your judgment as the game master to be like, okay, the appropriate weapon that it would use would be the minigun, right? Something like that. And then same kind of thing for vehicles and infantry. They'll have like 2 different actions, because generally speaking, they're only going to have 2 focus points. So that gives them 2 different actions to perform. And we'll get into that later as well. But I wanted to kind of give you like a thing to kind of reference. So briefly, our goals for the rest of 2023, because we're at the midpoint of the year, right? We want to update the core rules to be the version 1.4. And the intention there is to update some of the formatting and the layout, just to revise it, make it look a little bit better, but also to, we have a couple of other smaller things to add in. No major changes. We have made 3 different updates over the years. And we just change, or we've even added some extra rules, like war mechs can now shove other units if they have a hand, and some other cool attacks that you can perform, just so that it kind of allows you to do some different things. Next, we want to kind of release a couple of more campaign supplements. We have mini campaigns at the moment. We want to try to get into actual campaign books. We want to revise all of the starter kits. We did that with the Faust Union, and we want to go through now and update the Union of Stars, the Core Republic, and Orca. We're going to get into the new Kickstarter campaign, more art and more models. We already have a handful of models still in development right now. We've been continuing to embrace 3D printing tech, and we have another surprise that you'll see later that is kind of like the last step that we needed for the game to be fully 3D supported. And something I would like to try to do is to get Revelation Skirmish specifically into some local game stores as on-hand products, and also some other online retailers to try to help spread the word and expand out there and make it more accessible for more people. Because I know one of the issues that people in Europe or Australia or such are going to have an issue with is well, how am I supposed to, I don't want to pay postage from the United States for you to come send that over to me. And then I got to deal with customs and extra taxes on it and all this extra stuff. And then just, shipping in general, packages getting lost and just delays just because the shipping can be very slow depending where you are. So we do want to try that. And if you know of some stores, or if you are an owner of one and you'd like to sell Revelation Skirmish, contact us and let us know so we can start that dialogue and get that kind of going. That is a new thing for us. So it's, I don't have experience yet doing that. We've been doing online sales for years, but I've never gotten to develop a product and into someone else's hands. So it's a growing experience for us as well, but that's something we do want to do. Where we would love to get in general for Revelations, we want to develop the war system, which will tie in Revelation Skirmish. We have ideas to build a war game or a space battles game, and then the war system would tie together between that, possibly another larger scale ground battle called Revelations Battalion, which would just increase the size of the map, increase the number of combat units that can be played, and then also tie into the space game. So then there would be a war system where it's like a campaign that works between the three, and you could choose how you want to make those work together. We want obviously more playable factions. We still have 6 more main factions, not counting mercenaries that we want to do. But there's also other sub factions. I want to do space pirates. There's a lot of other cool stuff that we could be getting into. I would love to do a graphic novel at some point, animations, get into video games to some component, whether it's something that's more of like Revelation Skirmish as a video game, or something that's more of like a point of view where you're controlling one unit, like as a mech or something. And then we have a lot of other ideas, but there's just something so that that we're not even close to being out of ideas and what we want to do with Revelations. How you can help, just briefly, how, maybe some of you out there are like, I love Revelations, or I'm really excited for it, but I don't know how to get it, spread the word and get stuff. If you can help share our images, I really try to step up the photography and the paint job so that it's more shareable, it's desired, like it's pleasurable to look at. And then to help demo Revelation Skirmish with your own gaming buddies. You can also help spread the word that we're looking for artists, for modelers, illustrators, specifically with modelers who maybe could do mechanical, or maybe they know how to do organic. We want to get more infantry created, but those kind of other modelers are sometimes harder to locate. So just spreading the word there. And also for concept artists. And then a thing that may seem silly, but something that actually is genuinely helpful, is that when we do make social posts, especially like on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, that if you like, you comment, you share those posts, it helps the algorithm think that more people want to see this. So it helps spread the word. That's how a lot of other things, not necessarily going viral, but just getting it out there. Because one of the hardest things as a small studio is just getting people to even look at your stuff, to even give it a few minutes to like, what is this? I'm kind of interested, like, and then to start to find out, oh, the rules are free. Oh, the stats are free. Oh, there's lore that I can get into. Oh, the stuff is like, there's all these models. There's a huge catalog and it continues to build, with all these factions. So just helping with that is a huge, huge, huge deal. So I'm a little behind on the clock, but we'll kind of get through this all quick. So new stuff for 2023. Now, these are things that are done. They may not be fully finished being print tested, but they're going to be ready very soon. And a lot of this will be ready in July. The first up is the Sierra. The Sierra was our very first mech. It was our very first model. So it's special and it's iconic also for Revelations. But the old model was just dated. There was a lot that I didn't know when I was getting it commissioned. There was a lot that I didn't know to look for in terms of, well, how is this going to paint? How is this going to print? I'm still extremely proud of the old one, of the Mark I, essentially, but we needed to refresh it. And especially as we were going to try to start pushing the starter kits, we needed to have a revised and improved model, because this is like one of the flagships of Revelations as a universe. It has to look good. So we spent weeks, Kursala and I, tweaking the old model, putting in new parts, testing things, moving things around, trying to get this. And now we have, in my opinion, at this point, it is now the gold standard for all of our future products. It has a ton of additional articulation points built into it so that we're able to get a very large amount of poses and dynamic and different sorts of poses, which you'll see here in a few minutes. But the painting on this is much easier than it used to be. You'll notice if you've seen the old version, I'll flip to that. The one on the right is their original Sierra model. And you'll see that the way that the wash catches around that panel around the very peak of the nose, the wash light doesn't catch there at all. But now there's an actual cavity around the whole thing. So now it really pops. We tried to make sure to go through and the panel lines are deeper where they needed to be. We put recesses where they needed to be. You can tell that like the lower leg is complete. There's now a cutout there so that it can actually crouch without doing like extreme excessive amounts of clipping. The shoulder articulation is incredible, and I could spend several minutes getting to that, but I'll just take my word for it. It has a lot. We have a huge range of motion, and we've basically built in little cheat points of where we can move something that was designed on purpose to be able to be moved so that we can get to more poses. Because to me, one of the best things about miniatures is that I get to see them in person, right? But if they're all very static and very stiff looking, it just loses that appeal that they would be if they were real. So we really are trying to improve our posability potential so that it just looks more and more dynamic. So that was the original Sierra. This is now the Sierra E2. So we got the Starbeam cannon has been revamped. The medium repeaters up on the shoulder have been revamped. You can see that the hand is now fully able to be posed. So we're going to release a number of different hand options. The toes are now all articulated and have joints in there when before it was just one static piece. It's just vastly, vastly different. Next is the Sierra H3V. We have this one with the knife, the combat knife being extended, but now we've designed a totally new scatter gun for the Sierra. This one has the double buster missile packs, and you can tell this one is, the angle may not be the best for the image, but it's intended to be much more of like in a crouch or a landing position, like it just jumped and it just landed. The next is the Sierra Hero model, which if you buy this one is able to be played as just a regular Sierra, or you can say, oh, it's my veteran, or it's the Lieutenant Sigmund, that you can just play as that, or you can just use them as whatever, right? And then by having all of these alternate parts, you can combine them with the other kits or with the other STLs, and now you can get out an even larger array of poses instead of it being like one, we just swap out the arms so you have a different armament. And so this one here, we had a previous hero pose, but we wanted to really bring that back, but just refresh it with the new model. And I think we have landed on that like to a T. It's amazing. This is the Sierra 2B, which is the Blood Wolves exclusive Sierra. Mercenaries will be able to access it as well down the road, but like it's a Blood Wolf design, so it has double of the cannons with double of the machine guns that are slung underneath. I didn't have one of these painted in time, so I couldn't do it for ReveCon, but I wanted to make sure to show it off. And then this is the brand new Renatus, which is the Sierra platform, but it is Orca's model. So Haven takes old Sierras and then it turns them into the Renatus, strapping on the TBM launchers from their Vega platform. So then that way they have, it's not really a Sierra, but I mean, it's just a reconfiguration of the model. And we had thought about what if we kept the old Sierra, and maybe even specifically for the Renatus, and there just was too many issues that we would have ended up spending a lot of time, which then would be an investment of money also, to try to revamp the old model to make it so that it was still usable. It made way more sense to just be like, no, we just have to retire the old Sierra and just move forward. And for those who have that old model, you're still allowed to play with it if you want to. Whenever we've retired old models in the past, like the Ares got an update, the Brigand hover tank got an update, the Hunter, which you'll see in a few minutes, will be receiving an update. You can still use the old models, but we want to continue to improve the visuals of Revelations. So that means some things are just going to have to eventually get retired and dropped. So now we can get into the Hunter, which the Hunter is a phenomenal machine. The previous Hunter just didn't fit the visual aesthetic of the Core Republic. Now it does. Now it does. And it also, you'll notice if I flip back, you'll notice some similarities between the Sierra and the Hunter. And that was because we took some of that as inspiration to move over because, well, why not? We want them all to feel the same nation. So we need to use the Hunter as a stepping off point, because the Hunter was a phenomenal step up from what we had before. And it kind of helped set the tone better for what I wanted the Republic to be. So now the Sierra does as well. So this is the basic Hunter, just the base Hunter. This is the Hunter 1H, which has the hatchet there. It's just a totally different, very dynamic pose. Then we have the Hunter 2H. It's got 2 hatchets. And one that we have not released or not shown to anybody yet is an alternate Hunter. And in this situation, I think you can really tell the difference in the models from what they used to be. If you had seen the previous Hunter and you see this now, it is night and day. Isn't a fair enough comparison of the difference between the two. And you can really see how well that the hands were sculpted. Now you can totally open up the fingers, because for the Hunter, for those that don't know, the Hunter, one of its, the reason for the Hunter existing is it is a brawler mech. It is intended to get nearer the enemy, pepper them with the laser repeaters, which are on either side of the nose there. And then it has focus beams on the forearms. But the hands themselves are, right now, the term is just heated, where they get to a very high temperature, and then you can just claw apart enemy units. So if you notice, like on the ones with the hatchets, those hatchets also are heated hatchets, so that they are able to cut into enemy metal just as dangerously as the claws can. But obviously it's just a different type of weapon, different type of aesthetic. But we wanted to really show off the claws. We wanted a pose that really, really, really sold that visual, and I think we've nailed it. I think the posability and everything, it's a lot in it that's really, really effective. Next is the Core Republic's Arbalist. This is the Republic's answer to the Union's Ares, and the answer to like the Juggernaut for the Faust Union. This is a very large model it's the biggest model for the Republic. And those arm-mounted missile launchers are like anti-mech missiles. That's what they're for. This is a siege weapon. It's a walking siege weapon. It is intended to, in this base configuration, stay behind cover. Those missiles can strike out of or with indirect fire. And it has enough antenna arrays so that it interacts with spotter drones vastly a bit more improved than what standard Republic units would use. So it gets extra bonuses from that. So this will be a type of model that will be more expensive to field, but its payback, its payoff is that it's high damage output as well. So it's a platform that I'm excited to get to where we can share this with everyone. And I think this will be one of those mechs where people are like, "What? That is crazy good," but you have to protect it. It doesn't have the strongest armor, so you have to kind of shield it. But there are shield drones, there's spotter drones. Obviously, you can use defensive patterns with the rest of your forces, keep it in cover. But there is another loadout, which is vastly different than the style of this one, and that is the variant, which has micro missile arms, which if you've ever played a game against a Spade and you got hit with one of those micro missile waves, you know how devastating that is. And this one has them as arm-mounted weapons. Additionally, on the shoulders, you can see it swapped out the blitz pods, which are on the shoulder, which is going to be very similar stats to what the Archer has, the Archer tank. But it's swapped out those blitz pods for these massive, massive artillery cannons. They're huge. Originally, lore-wise, the Musketeer is now being used by Orca, more specifically Haven, because Orca is made up of various sub-factions that all have an alliance pact to protect each other. So when you say Orca, Haven, Ethereal Kingdom, Five Skulls, those all go together. But when the Musketeer was retired, making way for the Sentry program, then it made, the Republic needed the Musketeer's artillery abilities brought back with something else. Well, the Arbalist platform took that over and then doubled it. So now it's extra crazy, extra dangerous, and it is very, very cool in person. I wish I would have had one to show off properly to be able to really show everyone, but it is a very, very cool model, and I think everyone's going to be super excited when we can get to that. Next, we have the Mars HA, or Mars Heavy Assault. And this is a regular Mars that has been equipped with better machine guns, an antenna so that countermeasures works in the game. And then obviously you notice that it is covered in reactive armor. So this is the first model in Revelation Skirmish to have reactive armor. Whether or not I want to explore that with some other models down the road. Right now, this is could we do it? Right. And I wanted to get one painted so that we could see how does the wash catch between all the different panels now and all the different sections of the reactive armor and really kind of show this off. But this is a brand new model that is going to be releasing in July. We're actually going to be using it tonight when we do the game between Orca and the Republic. One of them, that one actually that I have painted up, will be played. So this is the first time that the stats are even. I had those posted earlier this morning. The stats for that, the stats for the updated Hunter are also out there. So this will be something where you can kind of see some of these new units being used and how effective that they actually are in the game. Another release that's coming up in July is for Orca. This is the T-Ross, and this is the AAP or APE. It's a more of a precision sort of platform. It's intended to also be one of so in Revelations, we don't classify mechs based on weight. We classify them on role. So there's like assault, brawler, support, stuff like that, where they fit into primarily they get identified by what role that they're intended for. The T-Ross was intended to be the assault mech for Orca. This is a brand new model, not just in general, this is a brand new unit in universe. The T-Ross is a very recent thing in the current year, which is 434, the current cycle. But the T-Ross is a brand new machine to roll out in 434, so it's new for like everyone. And so it's released with the two T-Ross that are just in the different pose, and then we're also going to have the ape version here, which has lasers, which are going to have the same stats as the lasers that you find with the Vega. It still has the machine gun and the antenna array, has the same missiles that it had on the base T-Ross, but it now traded out its light array that was in the left shoulder there. It traded that out for a smoke launcher. So it's the first kind of thing that we're moving in with the T-Ross. This one is posed when you purchase it, when you even 3D print them yourself. That cluster that you see underneath it is actually a downed chariot from the Core Republic. I realized once I finished painting it that I did such a good job of blending the colors together that it ended up looking like just part of the ground. It's not. It's actually basically half of the chariot at an angle, and then it has points of battle damage that you can see when you see the model in person. Different like machine gun points, and then it has area where like a laser bore through the top of the hull, basically around where like the engine or the driving crew would be. And well, obviously the T-Ross here took down the chariot and then stood on top of it to kind of champion it. Next, we have another T-Ross variant, and this is the SAS, which is for support and suppression. So this one has a different type of missile system, as you'll notice on the shoulder, or on the top of it. It has the smoke array, and then you'll notice the other contraption on the other side of the missile launcher. That's going to be an AMS turret. So this model is intended to be more into the back or as a support system with other units that are making an assault. It's not intended to necessarily be the front guy out there by himself, just walking the streets. And then those missiles that you see on the arms are going to just be a wave of tinier missiles to just pepper the heck out of enemies that that foolishly thought that they could walk in front of this guy and survive. So those are two alternate versions of the T-Ross that'll be coming out. I'm really excited about those because we've made every time we release a new variant and the newest wave of stuff that we've been doing with like the T-Ross, the Musketeer, the Sierra and the Renatus, the Hunter, the Arbalest, we wanted to make sure that each pose felt very different. So then that way you can buy these models, you could buy all the different T-Ross and then you can reconfigure them, change out the legs, and that'll give you all kinds of different things. You can mirror the legs if you're 3D printing them yourself. So now you can turn every set of legs, and now you've got it swapped over. So now you've got 8 different sets of legs for just having 4 models. And I personally prefer that kind of method because then, you know, when you're playing the game, you want your. I prefer, if I'm going to have multiple Sierras on the table, that they're each different. They might be the exact same loadout, and that's fine because maybe in my list I would just want 4 Sierra E2s, right? Okay. But I want them all to visually look different because, one, I feel it's more immersive because all of these machines wouldn't be walking very stiffly. In Revelations, the war mechs are very fluid. Most of them. They're not necessarily going to be something like that you might see in anime kind of agility, but they're much more human kind of in some of their motions, or more living, like more like an animal kind of thing, where their legs move fluidly. They're not slow walking tanks. They're agile. They're able to dodge out of enemy fire. They're able to really navigate through tight spaces or through urban environments, depending on the pilot. And there will be certain mechs like the Vega. The Vega is very simple, right? It's intended to be that way because the Vega was lore-wise the first mech that Orca or that Haven had ever developed. So they didn't have much tech. So they had to kind of do what they could. And that's why they used the retired Musketeer and they used the Renatus, because they're making use of other people's tech. The Republic has such a large military and their stuff has been around forever in certain platforms. Like the Sierra has been around for 6 different generations. So they've been able to take that and continue to improve it. Well, then there's going to be lots of parts out, in the market, in the secondary markets, and where pirates steal stuff, and then you build them out of salvage. So now you've got lots of other Sierras. So Haven takes advantage of that and built the Renatus, right? So with the T-Ross, this is an opportunity to show off their newest kind of stuff, the stuff that they are developing in lore, and kind of how it's not only just different, but hopefully going to be fun for all the players as well. So this here is a picture of the Faust Union starter kit. I'm only showing this mostly because I just want to kind of show the starter kits. We have another one coming up for Orca. And all of the starter kits going forward at a base are going to include 2 units of infantry, which for the Faust Union means 3 models per unit of infantry, 2 drones, a vehicle, and a war mech. And they'll all be very comparable, and they were all designed so that points-wise, they're very close to each other. They have very close capabilities to each other. And that way, if you and a friend buy either the same or 2 different starters, you don't feel like one of you is going to just necessarily lose because, oh, well, if I bought the Faust Union one, yeah, that's cool for you. You get the Juggernaut, and I'm over here with the Sierra, right? A lot of games, and I've experienced a lot of times in starter kits, they don't at all feel balanced. They feel very heavy one way or the other. Or once players get more skilled, now all of a sudden one is really good because there's abilities or other things that really try to outweigh things. And I thought it would be very important and beneficial for players to feel like, oh, these are very comparable. So here is an image of the Orca starter kit, which will have 2 units of Raiders, 2 drones, the Bernard tank, and then the new Renatus. And once we have images ready for the Union of Stars, that will include 2 units of riflemen, 2 drones, a brigand, and then a goblin. The Core Republic will have 2 units of Marines, a Mars main battle tank, 2 drones, and a Sierra. And all of these are pretty close, depending on how you make use of your terrain, how you make use of just things with skill level of understanding the game, what order cards you might use, and stuff like that. Like some of that can help weigh things one way or the other, but the points are very, very comparable. And what is cool is that if you buy one of these starter kits and your friend buys another one or something, you are able to play the Revelation Scout game mode. Now, there are certain game modes that we included in Scout because we wanted Scout to be like, some of us just don't have a lot of time to game throughout the week. So we wanted to have something that was very accessible, very quick moving so that people could set up a game, play, feel like they got to have the experience of a whole game, but they didn't have to invest extra hours kind of thing. Just because, more units on the table sometimes takes more time, or a bigger map takes more setup, takes more cleanup. With Scout, though, there are multiple different game modes, some that use combined arms so that these starter kits are direct, like you pop it right in, you can play that game mode. Others use only war mechs because we thought maybe some players would want to just use 4 war mechs get a pike out there, blast the other pike of mechs, and yeah, we had a good time. So there are certain game modes you may not be able to play within Scout game types, but the game mode Scout and the starters were designed for that. So in Scout, you can at most play 4 combat units and 2 drones. And then when you play standard and heavy metal, you can play at max 12 combat units and up to 6 drones. But with the pike, you can play Scout. The starter kit was designed for that. So you can play an actual game mode and not feel like you're getting a watered down version of the game. And instead, you're actually getting to play a full version of the game. Yes, the game was designed and balanced for company on company with standard mainly as our main game mode. But we wanted to make sure there's other things available. Because, you know, a lot of times you play different games and it feels like they build other game modes and they're kind of just attached on and they feel kind of empty, right? They don't feel like when you play it, you're getting the full experience. You're playing a variation of it. And sometimes it's not enjoyable for most of the units in it because they're just not set for that. Yes, if you were to play Scout, you're probably not going to put a Juggernaut or a Vega or an Ares because there's just so many points that you have to invest that it probably doesn't make sense tactically, right? You'd want to divide that up with, you know, multiple goblins and a troll or a couple of Sierras with a spade and a sentry. You know, you kind of build out that variation there so you kind of spread your points so you don't have one thing that gets blown up and you're basically in trouble, right? But I think it's important that players feel like, one, that their money is buying something that's actually playable. And that's a different thing that I've tried really hard to implement and continue to implement with our team with Skirmish. We update the stats for the game. The game is a living game in that we update when, you know, sometimes we make new units and we come up with ideas for new keywords. And then all of a sudden we're like, well, you know, what'd be really cool is we didn't think of this before, but that keyword would be really cool on this tank, right? Or now that we've invented this weapon, it feels really overpowered compared to this one over here. So let's go over there and tweak the points down 5 points or something, or maybe we'll modify the damage output over there. Or we'll give that other weapon a new keyword to kind of help balance it back out. And it's not because we always want to have our fingers in and touching everything. It's more that I enjoy that if I buy a starter into a game, that I'm not getting a bunch of trash. I know that if you were to buy this game and you bought the Core Republic starter with the Sierra is a phenomenal platform. The Mars, you're going to use Mars in a lot of different games. They're pretty cheap and they deliver decent damage output for their point cost. They're just good. Infantry, all the infantry throughout the entire game, as of right now, all of them have the capability of damaging every type of unit in the game. That was important so that infantry don't feel like just why do I have these little goobers running around? They're not doing anything. They can all damage mechs. They don't do a lot, but they're all dangerous. And if you have enough of them, or if that mech is seriously damaged, those infantry might finish it off. So we have designed the game from the beginning to be combined arms. Yes, we have some game modes where, you know, it's implied that you're probably going to want to use more mechs, like heavy metal. That's what that's for, is, you know, I want to play a heavier pointed list. I want to have more points to build with. So I want to take more mechs. I get that. It's fun. But the game wasn't designed for combined arms. If you played Revelation Skirmish, let's say 400 points in a standard game, your buddy takes 12 units. He takes a nice combined arms list, right? He builds it out. He's got it all set up and he takes his drones as support. And then you go and you take less, like way less, like 6 mechs. And you're like, I'm going to take 6 big mechs and I'm going to fight yours in the same points. It's extremely likely the combined arms force will win, because you can the infantry work together with the other units. You can make use of different target locks and other things, and then using your order cards. So your infantry can be very helpful, and the drones too. So we wanted it to feel like everything had value and that you weren't going to spend a bunch of money to get into the game and then be like, oh, the starter wasn't worth it. Why did I buy that? I would have rather bought these things, you know. So that way we continue to update them, make it feel like the value continues, and that, you know, we appreciate your guys' support to help us continue to keep doing this. So some additional new stuff that I want to work on throughout the rest of the year is updating so that all of our STLs will be pre-supported. We make it now where all new units that have been released are pre-supported, and I've been systematically going back into the catalog and releasing updates, but I have a wave of them that are waiting to get released that I was making sure everything was tested. And then it was a lot of work to build up for ReveCon. Additionally, we've updated all of the infantry. So when we do release the pre-supports for those will all be updated. We had some issues with the infantry in the past, and we would have designed them different. Like the conscript is a new infantry. We designed that one to be much more 3D printing friendly. You know, as a team, we're more knowledgeable of what to look for. In the past, we didn't. It was very much, pioneering. And now we've had several years of experience. I have a lot different sort of expectations for every model that gets released, and just a different process of testing and verifying the files and making sure everything's working and everything's good. It's just, it takes time to learn those things as a business owner to be able to move forward. But the infantry are going to be updated. We're revising the store with a lot of new imagery as I continue to release more things that have been painted to the new standard that I've wanted. You guys, if you've been around for a while, you've probably noticed an uptick in quality, and you started to notice some of the listings have been revised. We're going to keep doing that so that everything just looks more presentable. Our intention with the paint jobs is that they look good, that they're visually appealing, but that they're very achievable. I try to make sure that whenever I'm painting them, they're simple enough that a novice or average painter would feel comfortable to attempt it. And if there's desire to start seeing some painting tutorials or something, I don't claim to be some amazing painter, but I do try to continue to improve my skills and spend more time, doing some of the weathering and making the bases look really good and trying to tie that all together. As of right now, all of the images that you have seen of anything, I've painted those. If you notice that, if you remember that Sierra comparison to the old Sierra, that was what I was painting like 2 years ago. So to me then, that was really good. And like now I look at it, I'm like, oh, I've grown a lot. So I want to encourage, even if you guys are brand new, you've never painted anything, it's definitely achievable. It does come down to certain paints and tools and stuff and your process, but everything that I'm doing, you guys can do. You guys can absolutely get to my skill level. There's nothing that I'm doing that's some sort of magic. I'm not even super fast at painting. So speaking of painting, I do want to make accessible for everyone a gallery of official paint schemes, mostly categorized by faction, so that you guys can, be able to go through and be like, okay, well, how did they paint the Vega? Oh, okay, now I got some ideas for how I want to paint mine. Or how did they paint their serpent hover tank? Oh, okay, yeah, I'm going to try to copy that because I want mine to look official. And other people might want to just completely have creative freedom and just go crazy. Yeah, do that too. But I wanted to make something available so that you could kind of have something to have as a starting point. The other thing that has been in the works is the Calidar PDF for the Across the Verse series. If you don't know, the Across the Verse series is you take one planet and you just dig into the history, the lore, the culture of that one planet. You also have information for who is the garrison force on that planet, what color do they paint their units, at least in the parade schemes. And then also every single one of them includes a 4-part mini campaign that feels thematic for that planet. And sometimes, and actually every time, they've been a actual lore accurate battle that has taken place. So you can play, and what's really cool is you can use the automated system with that as well. So you can, like I said, play by yourself or team up with a friend. Hey, I want to get into this game. I got all this stuff printed and painted, but hey, I've got this engine that it comes with so that we can team up together. So you don't have to feel like you're going to lose because it's the first time you've played. We can do it together, and we can fight an actual mechanical, kind of opponent, rather than you playing as the other side and having to basically play, handicap so that your friend might win, or so that you can beat yourself, or, stuff like that. And then obviously we do have some, one other surprise, which is we are going to be releasing an actual coloring book. It'll just be a PDF, but it'll have a whole bunch of different pages in it. We've got a lot of new artwork that I've made or had commissioned. Some you guys haven't even seen, but this is an image of the brand new Sierra. We have a bunch more right now being worked on. So this will take a month or two to be released, and it won't have all of our artwork, but it'll have a lot. And I think it'll be a fun way. I have my own kids, and it's nice to be able to share aspects of my hobby with my little ones. And I know that there are other parent that are players would like that as well. There's already been some people in our community, like on Discord, that have expressed interest. So I was like, why? Like, let's do it. It's not super difficult of a thing to release, so why not? Like, we'll make it available, and everyone can have a fun time with that. So basically, right on time. I kind of got through that part pretty quick. So now I would like to go ahead and transition into special events that are coming up this year. Now, I'm sorry, actually, no, the in progress stuff. My goodness. Okay. The in progress stuff. This is stuff you guys haven't seen yet, all of it. It's stuff that's in progress. We won't spend too much time on there because I want to kind of stick with the agenda. But these are things that haven't been super released. Some of these are still very, very, very much in progress. But I wanted to include this in the presentation here for you guys because we want to hint at new stuff that is in the works right now. And we may not necessarily know the deadline for everything because a lot of our freelancers, basically all of them, they all have their own part-time or full-time jobs outside of what they do for us. So we have to be different sort of flexibility with different sorts of artists to get the different sorts of needs that we have done. So we try to allot them to different people so that we hit the deadlines and everything that we set. But we're not having 2-day turnarounds kind of thing. So some of this takes more time to plan, and then stuff comes up and we just have to be flexible and figure out ways to re-navigate. So I don't want to give any deadlines of when any of these will be done, but I do want to show you guys because I think it'll be fun. So this was the thing that I was mentioning earlier that will now make Revelation Skirmish entirely 3D printable. And we are going to be releasing all of the tokens. They'll be for free. All of the tokens so that you can print the game from home. So you won't have to order anything directly from us in terms of you need, because in the past, actually up until literally right when I show you this image, that you would have to buy the tokens and the order card set from us because that's the only way to play the game. You need both those components. So we're going to be releasing all of the order cards. They'll be printable, so you can either go to a printing place and get them more professionally done, or you can get them set on, just cardstock and sleeve them. But you'll be able to have all the order cards and all of the tokens. So you'll be able to print everything from home. I really wanted to do this, especially for those that live internationally from us in the States, because I feel that it's a hindrance. If we sell you STLs for everything else except for this, then you have to buy the token set from us, which right now is $19.99 because they're acrylic tokens. But then when you pay the shipping, there could be people who never bought from us because they look at that and they're like, that's going to be 40 or 50 American dollars by the time it ships to me because the shipping can be so much to certain places. And we know, and that's not in any of our hands, but now we'll be able to make it accessible so that the point of entry won't be nearly as difficult as what it was in the past, especially for international players. This is the SPT, which is a vehicle. It has 6 different versions of it. This will be available for Orca and then obviously for Mercenaries very soon. This is the smallest vehicle that we have designed. We're actually going to be using the SPT that's in the very front left. That will be used today with the Orca forces. And this is something we've had in development for a little while, and it's just lots of other projects came up and kind of bumped this one around. So this one will be available soon once we can get some of the other stats finished up. Next up is the Goliath tank for the Faust Union. This is going to be a Sturmhammer focused. It's a really big tank. It's huge. The image makes it seem really big, and it's pretty big. So it's got a bulldozer on it, double ballistic cannons. It's got smoke arrays on both sides of the turret, 2 heavy machine guns on top, and then a mortar. So this will be a really cool model. This requires a bit of tweaking, but we're looking to have this one released later this year, but it'll make sense when you see some other stuff that's coming up. Next is a variant, this isn't named yet, of the Banzer and Schlide tank. It uses the same hull, but it's basically like a very large missile platform on top of it. So this will be a fun unit when we are able to release this. It's very much built off the Banzer, right? So it's got the same machine gun, it's got an antenna array, and its main weapon is obviously that missile launcher, which will be an indirect kind of artillery unit as well. Next, we have, right now, the code name is just Assault Banzer. This is a Banzer will be the second unit, covered in reactive armor. It's got its own dozer. It's got 4 different machine guns, and that is going to be a special type of cannon that'll be statted later. But this will feel very much like the first wave of tanks, that you would send in as a Faust Union commander to help clear the way for your infantry or for other forces, so that your other units can move in behind it. And it's got a lot of smoke launchers on it as well. So it's a very, very cool vehicle. This is the Ethereal Kingdom, which is part of Orca. It's one of the other sub-factions. It's only been mildly released, and you'll see why. So the pommel is going to have quite a few variants, actually. This was designed by Strieger Design, and it's a super cool miniature. This isn't quite yet ready to test print, but it will be super cool when it is. You'll notice as I scroll through some of the other variants, they all are going to have the same secondary turret. We're planning on some others being available. So right now it's just a stand-in for where the turrets will be signed. And this one is still very much in development, so there could be some other changes that you haven't seen yet or haven't been decided yet. But this is the base standard pommel. This is the idea right now is it's an energy array. I don't know if I want to say laser, but it's going to be an array weapon where they all work together and they do like super damage kind of thing. It's going to be crazy. Next up is a double ballistic cannon version, which will be different than the standard. It's got different types of special equipment attached to it. This is going to be really, really, I think, one of my favorites for the tanks in the whole game. Next, we have one that hasn't been statted yet. My idea at the moment is it'll be a different type of laser tank for the pommel variant. Then we've got a double particle beam cannon tank. That's going to be absolutely nasty. And then this version, I believe the intention was that because it has a huge bulked up section in the back, because it's actually going to be a transport. So it'll be a pommel, so it'll have lighter weapons, but it'll be the Ethereal Kingdom's version of a transport unit, like the Chariot or the AMPC. So that'll be very cool and very fun. This is an image, still very, very, very much in development, of the Crusader war mech. If you've been around for a while, you might have known that I talked about the Crusader. We had reasons why it wasn't released previously. We've revised our way of doing mechs and doing articulation points, so it was good that we hadn't released it yet. So it's still in development. This is going to be the Ethereal Kingdom's answer to the Spade, right? So it's going to be a larger war mech compared to some of the others, but it'll be very, very durable. It's going to have a variety of different types of loadouts. It's going to be a very, very, very fun mech. And the Crusader would not be complete without the Templar. Now, this again is also super in development, but I've talked about the Templar for a long time. The Templar was a model that we needed to have special attention put into it. The Templar is the very first Echo war mech, which is a type of war mech that uses the pilot's motion to operate. So it's not the same as like using a bunch of sticks and all kinds of other types of controls. It's going to use the pilot's movement, because in the Ethereal Kingdom, they have something, their power armor, called Paladins. These Paladins, pretty crazy people, because they go in, they're given a power sword effectively and a rifle, and they go out into the battles and they do awesome stuff. They're the heroes of the Ethereal Kingdom, effectively. They're the special ops. They're a lot of different, the honor guard. They're a lot of those really big elite roles. Well, if a paladin achieves one or multiple really amazing accomplishments while in battle, they can be awarded the ability to be a Templar pilot. So instead of forcing the paladin, who's learned how to operate power armor and is a very skilled martial artist and all of this, right? Instead of now taking this guy who spent years and years of his life learning those skills, and we're like, okay, now we're going to go put you in a cockpit where you got to now learn how to do all these controls and knobs and buttons and all of this. Instead, they have the ecosystem, which is basically where the war mech communicates to the human, and then it copies the movements in real time. So then the the Paladin just transfers right into the Templar, and it's very, very, like, they have to learn obviously a couple of different new skills, and you're learning how to operate things differently from touch, but it's a much more seamless transition as opposed to, okay, buddy, now you got to go learn how to pilot this giant helicopter tank kind of thing. This here is the Enforcer. This was a mech that was released for previously, but I was never really able to figure out what I wanted the stats to be, so it kind of got shut down also. So we had it, but I wasn't ready to fully release it. Only a couple of people have it effectively. But we're updating that. And the Enforcer obviously looks like it's from the Core Republic, but it looks like it's going to be in the same family as the Arbalest. And we're trying to tie in all that visual aesthetic. And this is going to be the type of mech, while the Arbalest and the Sentry, who also come from the same manufacturer in the Republic, while the Arbalest and the Sentry are intended to be support units, the Enforcer is meant to be the guy who kicks down the door. and he doesn't care who's inside. He's coming in. So it's going to have scattergun loadouts. It's going to have focus beam loadouts. It's going to have obviously the missile turret on the top, which will probably come out with different variants of as well over the development. It's going to be a very fun mech, and it's going to be a pretty tough mech. Because in the Core Republic, they're the same faction, but you have like the Sierra, the Spade, and the Hunter, and then you have the Sentry, the Arbalest, and the Enforcer. So they're like two different major manufacturing that are part of development together, and sometimes they kind of share ideas, but overall, they're trying to one-up each other so that their contracts are the ones that keep getting made. So lore-wise, that's why they look similar, but still kind of like they fall into two different camps kind of thing. So beyond the Enforcer, we are updating the Sentry. The Sentry, lore-wise, had a Mark 1, and then the Mark 1 was kind of a bust, and then it came out with the Mark 2. And this will be the model that we use going forward when this is ready as the Mark 2. And it is not ready, it's still in development. This is the rough silhouette that you can come to expect. You won't see the missile launchers on top. Those are still waiting to be added. We got to mess around with some of the optics. But you'll notice that the triple repeater has been now styled like the repeater is on the Serpent and on the Sierra E2. So now this will tie directly together visually instead of being different like it was. The Sentry Mark II will also be jump capable. This is kind of more treated like the little brother of the Enforcer kind of thing. So it's going to still be in support, but it's also able to be hot dropped and be much more versatile on the battlefield. It'll still have a number of different loadouts, like the large repeater, the double star beam cannon. So those stat-wise are still going to be there. Obviously, we'll have to add in it being jump capable and maybe making some other minor adjustments. But unlike the Sierra platform, which is being retired and replaced now with the actual Mark II generation model, the old Sentry, our intention is we're going to still keep that one. That one, we feel we're able to make some repairs to it, and it's going to be useful because there are, lore-wise, actually Mark I Sentries which look and feel different than the Mark II. So when it comes time to release the Mark II, we'll make some updates to the stats so that both feel similar-ish, so that they feel like they're related, but you'll notice that there's a difference between the Mark I and the Mark II. And most players might lean towards the Mark II, but we'll make them both available, and which was great because now mercenaries, lore-wise, will make sense why some of them, maybe if you built a company of mercs and you're like, yeah, but they're kind of on the lower budget of mercs. They're not Blood Wolves. They're not some of these other elite ones. They're mid or low range. Well, now you can put in Musketeers or Sierras, Sentry Mark I, stuff that's older so that it feels like lore-wise, it makes sense. They're not going to be surrounded by a bunch of T-Ross, which are brand new. No, they're going to have, some of this older stuff. So that, and like lore-wise, it'll make sense too. So it helps to that immersion effect. This one is currently in development. I don't have a deadline on this one, but I believe very firmly that this will be able to be available this year. So that's actually really cool, right? And it's not shown, but I feel confident in saying, I don't know exactly when yet, but we are planning also to update the Spade. So we want all of the mechs, once the Spade is finished, all of the Republic mechs will feel like they're related again. And the Spade, when we did the Sierra, it was super, super important that we retained the silhouette. I kept harping on that, probably to an annoying level, because it was so important to me that the Sierra kept its shape. When we did the Hunter and the Aries, those needed to be reskinned because they were so different from the rest of their factions that they didn't fit. So they needed to be made to fit. The Sierra just needed to be made to feel like it was important again. Right, and that the model was useful again in terms of painting and playing and everything. So we wanted to do that. So the Spade will get its own refresh. I don't know. If you were to ask me today, Rick, is it going to still have the same sort of biped legs? I don't know yet. It's still going to have the same sort of loadout, scattergun, Kraken launcher, micro missiles, like those. I think are important to the role and the narrative element to the Spade. But it will probably end up getting bulked up a little bit more, so it feels a little bit more durable, and it'll get some more panels and get deeper recesses. It'll be a better model, I believe, once we move that forward. Now, only 12 minutes off track. Now we're ready to discuss the special events. Now these are, I think people will be excited for, and I'm looking forward to creating them and getting them out there in everybody's hands. So first thing in October, as far as special events go, is Merctober 2023. Last year, you guys will know that I announced a number of big plans, and what ended up happening, my family and I, we were forced to move from the apartment that we lived in. Thankfully, it worked out. Now we're in a full house, and I have a whole big office that I can do all this kind of stuff in for Revelations. But we had to move in the very beginning of November last year. So, and I thought foolishly, I'll be able to still do Merctober. Moving's not that bad, I said, lying to myself and everyone else. And it was incredibly harder than I thought it would be. And it just wiped me out differently than what I thought. So I want to remedy last year's Merctober. 2022 was just a weird year. It was weirder even than like 2020. Like it felt like nothing got done. We released things, but it felt like everything was harder. And then when Kursala came on board, that really helped kind of start as we started getting more and more things worked on and fixed and in place. That helped us to really move forward. Now you're seeing the momentum that we were building up last year with him and some of our other modelers, and now you're seeing the fruit of that now going forward. So that's why 2023 has been so much different and so much better and bigger. So we're trying to still take advantage of that momentum as we keep moving forward. So with Merctober, there will be 2 new playable sub-factions for mercenaries. So it'll be Zeid's Rough Riders, which is a comparable elite mercenary force similar to like the Blood Wolves, but a little bit lore-wise, a little more aggressive, a little more willing to do like not quite war crimes, but dirtier kind of stuff. Then you're also going to have Opso's Castaways, which will tie into the Payday campaign. And I left the asterisk next to the Payday campaign because I intend to make it, but that would probably be one of the projects that would get dropped if I felt we weren't able to move forward with everything. I don't like to overpromise. I'd much rather, over deliver. So I don't want to say, yes, for sure, 100% Payday is going to be there. Caveat, it might not. I really want to, which ties in directly to the Opso's Castaways. We need to expand the roster of playable units for the Blood Wolves, which will be happening as the Hunter. They'll get some stuff like when the Hunter releases, I want to release stats for Brianna Kin, who is lore-wise supposed to pilot a Hunter 2H. So the Blood Wolves need to have, Brianna, and there's others that I've wanted to include as well. So we need to start making those fully available for players. And the other thing I would like to do would be the Merc or Mercenary Primer. It probably won't be some lengthy 200-page document, but I do want to make something that highlights a number of the different mercenaries, some of them that won't have stats yet, but they'll be out there. They do exist, and where you can make a page or two of lore about that particular organization, maybe some of the, I guess the lore could kind of hit on, and then have some stats for like, what's their ranking between the two different mercenary organizations, and such like that. Or do they have any, enemies out there? Like, is there certain factions that are like, if they run into the Faust Union's going to stop what they're doing and go blow them up, like that kind of thing. Which, by the way, is like with the Blood Wolves for them. But I think having some of that will help with the narrative of the mercenaries. There hasn't been enough development there. I apologize for that. I'm doing a lot of it by myself, so it's been tough to kind of get to all of that, but I want to. And I think it's important for mercenaries not to just have the entire roster of units available. They need to have some other fun stuff available. So this isn't, start showing off some paint jobs that are for Zeid's Rough Riders, Abzo's Castaways, and a couple of others, to start saying, okay, these are some other color schemes that are out there. And, then you can start building your forces. Because I know for some people, some players really, really like the idea of playing mercenaries, because then they can play all the factions, right? Effectively. And I built into the game, the mercenaries effectively have a mercenary tax, so that mercenaries don't feel like they're getting the best of everyone and none of the drawbacks. So instead, they have the tax where they're a little bit more expensive. And you'll notice if you go into the mercenaries, you'll notice 3 different versions of basically all the units. You'll see the M, M minus, and the M plus, which just means M for mercenary. So the mercenary, the M, is if I own the Mac, like maybe I'm the pilot, I own the Mac, I've got it fully repaired, it's fully loaded out, it's in very, very good maintained condition. The M minus is for mercenaries that have the same machines, but maybe they don't have access to all the parts to fix every component of that mech or replace all of the armor panels or stuff like that. So their stats are a little bit weaker in terms of health points because it's more difficult for them, but they're cheaper. Then you have the M plus, and these are mercenary veterans. These guys have all of the funding that they need, whether part of the organization or not, to have their machines maintained very, very well. And then they also get the mercenary veteran keyword, which is pretty nasty. So, but they're a little bit more expensive as well than just even standard mercenaries. But then this way, so far we have found that mercenary tax makes it so that the mercenary players, while they get a huge roster to pick from, they have to be very selective of, especially to the heavier pointed units, because I'm going to go put a Vega or a Spade or later an Arbalist, a Juggernaut in, and then you're like, but they do have that extra point cost. So it is kind of hurting me when I get down the line to my other units. So that way that is their balancing mechanism. If you play one of the main factions, your rosters don't have that. If you play mercenaries, you get to pick from everyone, but you kind of have to pay for it a little bit more, just a little bit. But that little bit adds up when you get done, fielding 12 different combat units. So that'll be, I think, important as we go forward. Now, the other event that right now is slated for November. It may get pushed back to January because I don't want to do anything in December, because just doing things with Christmas is just silly for a business. And because all of you would be very likely busy with just family stuff anyway. So December is not a good month for doing major releases. But we want to release a campaign supplement for Lasonia. Lasonia is a very important planet. This is just some stock footage I put text on. But Lasonia is a very important planet for the Faust Union. It's actually right now in the lore, and it has been for several decades, a 3-way struggle between the Faust Union wanting to defend it because it's a resource-rich planet, and they don't want the Republic to take it. The Republic has been there because they want to take it away from the Union, right? It's resource-rich. We take it away. It stops a lot of their a significant portion of their war effort. Not enough that it would cripple them, but I mean, it would hurt quite a bit. And then also the Ethereal Kingdom, which is on the border with Lasonia. And so the Ethereal Kingdom, the same sort of mining the rare mineral that is on Lasonia in of large abundance, which you use to make a very durable, very strong metal that's also fairly light. So you're able to build, like the Juggernaut uses that resource to make it more durable. Despite the fact it's so huge, it's still able to work because it's not as heavy necessarily as what you would think, maybe like even with the Vega. They'll still be comparable. They're not like the Juggernaut's able to like be a ballerina, but it's not just crushing into the soil because it's so freaking heavy and so big. So that same material The Ethereal Kingdom uses that for their Templar swords, their Paladin swords, because their swords are very durable, and they also have like the heated effect so that they can cut through things, but they're very, very durable. They use that mineral or that resource, and you can imagine the Faust Union doesn't really want to give it to them, and they also kind of go out of their way sometimes to just like jab at the Ethereal Kingdom because they're right on the same border with each other. So you have these three nations wanting to fight for it. The primary focus that we want to have with this is the Republic versus the Faust Union. If we are able to get the Ethereal Kingdom, get their stuff together, get them ready to release, and it makes sense because of the release schedule and all the variants and everything else that we have to do with the normal workflow for releasing a model. If we are able to, I would like to bring them in to also be another component into this campaign. So it really does feel like part of that three-way battle. Now, normally the Ethereal Kingdom might be on Lasonia, but they're more in like pockets, while the Republic is doing like full-scale invasions and the Faust Union is doing full-scale, defense or reinforcing. So it's definitely a tug of war over decades at this point of conflict. So Lasonia itself has been very war-ravaged, but they've been able to rebuild, and the people of Lasonia that are part of the Krasny Malat, which is basically the conscripted forces of the Faust Union. They're one of the sub-factions of the Faust Union. They, like, defending their home isn't just, it's almost like a religious effect. Like they have to defend their home, right? It's crucial, it's critical. They're deathly afraid that if the Republic takes it, the Republic's going to do horrible things to them. And Lasonia was one of those planets that had previously, before it became independent and then joined with the Faust Union, was one of the worlds where there was a lot of hardships for the people that worked there underneath the thumb of the Republic and the corporations that operated the mines and other things there. So the people there they have a heritage that ties back to the synthetic war. So they have a different sort of view that, no, we don't ever want to go back to you guys. We don't ever, under any circumstance. So they fight tooth and nail for every single centimeter. Every inch is fought just viciously. So this, I think, will be a very fun campaign. The intention of it, right now, just the working name is Battle for Lasonia. We will release a Lasonia Across the Verse PDF. So you'll have the ability to buy that separate. You don't have to have it for the campaign. It just adds more to your immersion of it. So that'll be released alongside. It'll be a playable campaign on Lasonia. I don't necessarily know 1,000% how many missions we will do, but I want to do a set of missions for a Republic side of a story and then a set for the Faust Union. If very, like 1,000 little asterisks of if the Ethereal Kingdom is able to be done and I'm able to feel like we can actually launch it with that, then we will include another set of campaign stuff for the Ethereal Kingdom. If it doesn't happen that way, and if like the Crusader and the Templar they have some problems, we've had some issues getting those completely made. It's not at all calling out the modelers, just that we've had some delays, so it has pushed my calendar back some. So if it's not possible for those to be able to be done, we can always later release a different campaign supplement for that to feel like it, or we take the Ethereal Kingdom somewhere else. We'll do something like that. I think the campaigns will be fun. The other thing that this will be is the first introduction to hero units. And these are units that are able to be used for others, but really specifically they're marketed as this particular hero. So first, we have Captain Serena Willow for the Core Republic. So this is her and her Sierra E2S, standing atop a wrecked D70 tank for the Faust Union. My desire is to go through here, now that we have this base sculpt in place, the base posing in place, is to go through and put in some battle damage. So we don't have that ready to be able to show, but that's what I want to do. And this is the exact same loadout. So if you took a regular Sierra E2S right now today, you could still play and say that is Captain Willow. You can do that. But we wanted to start releasing very dynamic poses that really kind of tell a small snippet of a story. And I think that this shows off a very commanding presence. And I think you guys will all like it once you love it once you get it in hand. I did forget to mention that all of the Sierra images that I showed you before did not have the shield. The shield is modeled. It will be released when we release the Sierras. I just didn't have time to get them printed and painted and get everything out there to be able to help do with the promoting, but they do still exist. So all of the loadouts that previously had a shield will still have a shield when they're released, so that you can still play with those in the stats and everything. The other hero that I'm super excited for, that's still going to take some tweaking for us to get everything in place, but we have a nice base, is for Captain Kraus Reznikov, which in his in his towering juggernaut. And here you're going to notice that he is ripping apart a hunter. And we got 2 different angles here, so you can kind of see a little bit of what's going on. It's a pretty brutal looking model, I think. And we're going to go through this as well, add some battle damage. We've already started, you'll notice a little bit, you might be able to notice on the juggernaut on the left that it's missing some of the missiles, just to simulate that it's been in combat. He doesn't have his triple rotary cannon on the here because he's discarded it at some point. You'll still be able to play it and still use that. But this actually, we included the base here so that you could see this is playable. This will fit on a playable base. It's not going to adjust the size or anything. The Juggernaut will fit with the Hunter. So if you want to use Captain Kraus, you'll be able to do that with an actual 75 millimeter base, and you'll have him ripping apart this Hunter every time you play. And I think this is going to be a lot of fun and a very exciting kit once we get it all completely finished. I think this is going to be one of those things that, like, you set on the table and people who aren't even remotely interested are going to see that and be like, what is that? That is so cool. So I think this will be a very, very, very fun piece down the road once we're able to get that. So we're actually now we're ahead of on the agenda. So here we're going to start doing a conversation of what do you want to see in Revelations. And this is something you guys can comment. And I have the chat here as well. And you guys can just start sharing. We'll just have a little bit, 30-ish minutes to interact and kind of just hear from you guys. Whether you're completely new and you ask something and we're like, no, we already have that. That's fine. Like, that's not a bad question at all. But just, I have a couple of things here on the screen that you can kind of see. Something in-game, new models, units, factions, something like that. Supplemental products, maybe you want to, I know I've already discussed some campaigns, but maybe you're like, yeah, it'd be really cool to play a campaign on this particular planet between these two forces. I don't know. It's always nice to know interest. Novel stories, lore expansion, rules, video content, maybe different types of tutorial videos, or you want to see more streamed battles or lore videos. I don't know, just ideas or something else. But additionally, Kursala, the man, Chris, is going to be here as well with us. Are you there? I hope he is. It's going to be really solid.
I hope so too. Can you hear me?
Oh, yay.
It worked.
Okay, great. So that was a lot of talking for a while. Okay, so were you monitoring the chat at all, Chris?
Yeah, I was watching it for most of the time.
So is there any particular question that maybe you saw that ties into this kind of conversation while people may have an opportunity to like organize their thoughts that kind of jumped out at you?
I got 2. Whoa just asked Revelations Mech Sports Game win.
Funny enough, I actually have like almost a working alpha for that. I came up with that like 2 years ago. It's effectively like mech ball. Where you would have, I haven't decided fully on how many would be on a team, but I had come up with an idea for that, and I didn't know if there would be enough interest. It was one of those things where like, does anybody if I started saying, hey, would you guys want to play this? Would like anybody care? I don't know. I still don't know, but I thought it would be fun because you could use the models and play this other version of the game that's completely just, it's more of a silly concept, but it's fun, So any other thing that kind of jumped out at you?
I saw earlier Strieger Design asked, well, it wasn't really a question, it was more of a the thing about Paladin becoming a Templar is very interesting and might need a whole novel, which I suppose would be a suggestion.
You know, that absolutely would. And that is actually a very cool idea. I have, you know, as a creative person, I have more ideas than I have time. Um, I did have a rough idea of a story that would follow a individual who would become a paladin, and then maybe even move into being a Templar. But it would be someone, because in the Ethereal Kingdom, as they're being developed lore wise, they have multiple houses that are part of, you know, the ruling class effectively. And in order to be a paladin, you have to either be related to one of, like, in the way that the house hierarchy works, or you have to be sponsored. And to be sponsored as just some lowly individual is a huge big deal. It's a big risk as well for your sponsor. So I kind of had an idea of, like, well, what if this guy was, you know, just a nobody and he was able to work his way up and then he got sponsored, and then it kind of share this adventure of this guy who comes from nothing. And then because you get to see all these different aspects of the Ethereal Kingdom's inner workings, you know, and how they I guess how they view just everybody. So here I have a different question. Woe had asked earlier, what war mech does a Keeper of Peace pilot? So there are in the lore, there are two different groups that are kind of similar named. One is the Keepers of Peace, which are a paramilitary group that the Republic dispatches to planets or areas that are internal, that are having some spunky behavior. They start getting a little edgy and spicy, right? They start rioting, they start terrorism and other things. So you would normally send in an Inquisitor, like in the Rise of the Inquisitor novel, when it's a smaller incident. When you start having mass riots, mass craziness, you send in the Keepers of Peace to stop it, you know. And they use some combat units, but they have modified things as well. But they have been known to take extreme suppressive measures at time to time. Then the other group is the Keepers of the Republic, and that's a totally different conversation. But with the Keepers of Peace, they would use Sierras, spades. In Rise of the Inquisitor, they have sentries that are specifically mentioned. So they use a lot of the same platforms. They might modify them. So you might have a Sierra that loses the cannon but replaces it with another manipulator arm with a hand, or they'll have more like tear gas or other things. But when they have been involved in against like counterterrorism, there have been times where they get attacked and like they repel it. They're paramilitary kind of in name, but they have teeth. Trying to see if there was like a design question that you could jump in on as well here, Chris.
You know, actually, that does bring one up. You said that
Okay.
they might swap out the cannon for another manipulator arm.
Yeah.
So does that mean we could in the future get a Sierra with 2 knife arms?
Absolutely.
Because that would be cool.
Yeah, 100%. And really, that model would even work also just in the standard game of just combat. It would probably end up being cheaper to field because it's losing some of the, well, it gained a new ability to punch, but it lost some of its ranged punch. But it really wouldn't be that difficult to swap that. And if some players out there were like, yeah, this would be really cool, I'd love to see basically a melee focused Sierra, especially now that we've updated like the posing capabilities of it. It would be very streamlined to get that in. I think that would be fun, and it would also work with the sports ball game.
Certainly would. We did have another one. Where did it go? It was from Maggie Weber. Rule suggestion: infantry entering buildings. And then Solo Citizen also said, in addition to that, rules for infantry entering buildings and fighting in close quarters.
That has been one that we have had brought up. Actually, it was from one of our beta testers, like in 2020, that had come up in 2019. And I wasn't 100% on it because I wanted to release rules for like destructible terrain, because I think that's fun too, being able to if I want to spend time blasting a building out of the way, okay, it's there. But I don't know. So that's been one of the really cool things that we're going to end up being able to do a little bit more, hopefully in the future as well with Thunderhead Studio, because now we have terrain designed third party. It wasn't by us, but it's by a very skilled modeler. I'm pointing over here because this is where the map is that we're going to be using later, and it's entirely Thunderhead's models. But he designed them specifically in this case for Revelation, so they're scaled for this. You can always go through before you print them and rescale them. I rescaled a couple of the things just to fit the type of map and the story I wanted to tell. But in that case, we start having buildings that we can say, okay, if you use this building, maybe we can start making, hunkered down kind of rules. My only hesitation has been, and it might be one of those things that's like, Rick, you just need a hand wave past it, has been, technically speaking, when I built the game was designed to be roughly 10 seconds of real world time. So if you had a 4 or 5 story building or even taller, and your infantry enter that building, if I worked with that thought in mind, it would take them 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds in order to get up in place, find a space, get to a window or a balcony or something, and then be ready to start shooting. And it's like, in that time, they were just effectively removed from the game, right? And you lost that activation. So I've been on the fence of like, well, how do we do that? Do we just like hand wave and say, okay, next round they'll be there? I don't know, but if there's serious desire in it, and I think it could work in campaign settings, it may be worth finally sitting down and say, okay, let's explore and let's test this, because I think it would be fun too. I struggle with it only because I've been trying to make that 10-second thing count, or how to make it work with that. But otherwise, I'm like, yeah, this would be cool. I think enough people have also.
I think we talked about that one night too in one of our meetings, and like we didn't come up with anything good then either. So
no, and you struggle with things because it's like, well, I want the game to feel comparable, especially comparable to the lore. And when you read some of the stories, sometimes I wrote that story to kind of simulate what you might run into in the game. And because like there's other games out there, and it's not to trash other competition, because they might even be ones that I'm a fan of or have been a fan of for a long time, but just that you feel like you watch the movies or you play the video games or you read the books, and then you go and you play the tabletop game and you're like, these are not the same, brands. They might have the same skin, they look the same, they sound the same, but they don't feel the same anymore. And it was really, really important to me that they felt they're not one for ones, right? You can't do one for ones, but they feel believable that they're together and that they move sort of in the same sort of flow. There's one here from Woe as well. More diverse infantry squads, and I'm going to assume that means more infantry units. And that has been something that I have genuinely wanted to do. The person who we had hired to do the conscripts did a phenomenal job, knocked it out of the park. And I was like, oh, that's so good. These are so good in like every way that I needed them to be. And I contacted them and I was like, hey, I've got concept art for a brand new Faust Union, another Faust Union troop. This one would be for the Sturmhammers. And they were like, I'm not taking any more commission work for a while. They had like stuff going on where they needed to take care of in real life problems. And I was like, I totally get it, but this totally sucks, because we finally found someone that did really good work and did it in the deadline that we had agreed to. And I was like, man, this would be, I've had idea for heavy Marines, a larger power armor for the Union of Stars, because the Bruticus are more special ops, and I wanted to have more of like something similar to the Centurion, but kind of for the Union. The Faust Union have lots of options for infantry. Orca, that we could get super creative. So I think we definitely need to, and if we could find someone that is willing to kind of like stick around for a bit, there would be a lot of work for them if they could do it to the standard that we need it to be done. The conscript is that gold standard right now. Connor Lill asked if we could have a bigger multi-ped mechs, 4, 6, 8 legs.
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest that one because I can chime in on this one. And I think that would be cool.
I agree. And the Ares was originally 4 legs, if you guys remember, if you've been around. And when Strieger took that over, I was like, he kind of wanted to really refresh that. I was like, okay, fine, let's do it. I was like, yeah, I still want it to be a quad mech, and then like we'll move where the railgun's positioned, and it'll really sell it. And he was kind of pushing back a bit for a while that quad mech probably didn't really make sense. And I was like, no, quad mech. And then he eventually showed me the 6 leg design that we ended up going with, and I was like, no, that's better. Let's do that. So now that's really cool. And we've had an idea to use the base, the lower half of the Ares, and to create the Chimera war mech, which is effectively the Ares is like I see you, I railgun you. The Chimera would be a mobile long-range missile platform, kind of like the Arbalest is intended to be, but it would be for the Union, utilizing the mobility of the Ares platform. So like, and then I'm definitely open when it makes sense to doing more legs. There are other IPs that do quad mechs and tripods and other stuff, and sometimes those are cool, and other times you're like, that looks really slow. So I don't want any of the mechs to feel like they're so heavy or they're so, I'll just say slow, that they, it doesn't make sense that they're going up against mechs that are just booking it through a city. They're just going to get destroyed too quickly by vehicles or aircraft or other things like that. So I'm definitely open for doing that down the road for sure. 100%. Let's see. Scrolling through here.
We got Woe asking, when do we get an Inquisition Hunter mission? Apparently those guys need to get taken down.
That would actually be really fun. I had considered, when can we make the even if it's just 1 or 2 Inquisitors. Effectively, for those that don't know, the Inquisitor is it's part of the Bureau of Central Intelligence, which is the Republic's kind of CIA, FBI kind of thing. And they deal with a lot of internal matters, right? And they investigate a lot of things. Well, the Arcanums are more for information gathering and monitoring things on the stream and other stuff like that. But then the Inquisitors are kind of like your marshals or your sheriff, in the sense of like a lone cowboy kind of thing. They'll go out and they go on super dangerous missions, whether they go undercover or not. They have a very wide range of authority. They can deal with problems, and they're an Inquisitor. They're beyond loyal to the Republic. They've proven that throughout their entire career. We trust them, kind of thing, like from the leadership of the Republic. So like, Inquisitors are dangerous, and just about all of them are trained in war mechs, or how to pilot. They trained in ranged and close combat. Like they're pretty crazy, and they're very knowledgeable of the law and all that. So they fix smaller scale problems than like what you would send the Keepers of Peace. Now, sometimes you might send them both in tandem together to work on a mission, but I could definitely see us releasing certain hero Inquisitor units just to kind of get a feel for things. The big difference between like visually, like if you played the Republic and you're like, okay, what does an Inquisitor Spade or a Hunter look like? They basically do like all black, and then they do like white writing on one of the shoulders, and that's basically it. So it's a very, very stark difference to like other Republic parade schemes. So it would also just be really, it like stands out on the table all completely by itself, kind of thing, which would be fun. So Goger is asking, is Revelations going to be getting bigger as the universe and lore goes on, to where we could see planet outpost ending weapons used in skirmish? I don't want to say blanket no, But it would be a situation where maybe it's like a campaign or something. Skirmish, the intent of skirmish and warfare in Revelations is very different than what you might find in some other universes. In that I wanted it to feel very large scale. So like when there's an invasion on a planet, like if the Republic were to invade something and they're like seriously invading, like we want to take the planet kind of invasion, they are sending millions of Marines. They're sending tens of thousands, or maybe even depending on the mission, 100,000 war mechs. And that means millions and millions of support personnel, the transports to move all of that, war carriers to set up bases of operations up in orbit to distribute supplies and kind of defend as a blockade around the planet. So like it's a big deal in Revelations for an actual full-scale war to happen. And when you play skirmish, sometimes those are just skirmish missions, right? It could just be mercenaries going on a hit and run kind of mission on an outpost, or it could be small scale, kind of scout skirmishes between the Republic and the Union of Stars or somebody else. Other times when you're playing skirmish, you are playing a snapshot of a much wider battle that is happening beside you or in other areas around you. And so you as the commander of your company, or if once we get to Revelations battalion, your own battalion level, you're playing a zone of this large fight that's around you. So it's not like, oh, we went to a planet and we sent 36 mechs and those 36 mechs are going to take control of the planet. Like, no, every one of those pilots are going to have to get out to go to the bathroom at some point, and someone's going to make sure that problem stops. So you have to send lots of support personnel to build out forward operating bases and everything else. So there's a lot that goes to it. Now, would there ever be a situation where there's like, this is like a planet ender kind of weapon, or it can destroy asteroid bases, so maybe it goes to an outpost system? That's entirely possible. Especially even if you send enough ships that have capital weapons, you could remove a space station base pretty easily if enough firepower. So it's possible to see some of that. I don't have plans yet, but I leave the window open enough or the door open enough that could absolutely be a thing down the road. So what else we got here?
Woe has suggested more mech silhouettes, like they're all kind of upright and tall, but what about some really low to the ground crawler types, which I think could be interesting. From a design standpoint, I think it might be a little more difficult to get those, posed and printed so that they're up to your standards. But I mean, I do like a challenge.
No, and it definitely could help in the sense of making one of the other factions feel different, or at least part of its design aesthetic goes that way. No, that could be cool. Actually, what would also be neat would be a mech that it can go on all fours to run, or it's maybe more, it can kind of lower its profile, but then it can also switch up and it can more like a werewolf kind of idea. Like it can be a mech that can fight on all fours, or it can be a mech that can stand up and you're like, oh, wow, you're very scary. And then do whatever it's got to do. That same sort of mentality of a mech monster kind of thing. We haven't done that yet. That could be fun.
That could be really fun. We could come up with some wild poses for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You suggest like a werewolf, but I mean something like a gorilla or any of the apes really.
Yeah.
Do. Just really long front arms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be something. Or there's other creatures that kind of use it like the base. And but it would be something that I haven't seen. I can't think of off the top of my head any major brand that's done that. And not that we're always trying to go out of our way to design something that someone hasn't seen, but I mean,
but if it's cool, why not?
Well, it's fun to widen the horizon of what Western style mechs can look like, and they don't all have to just be very upright, stiff Frankensteins. Like they can be much more, metallic, but they're organic, kind of in movement and range of motion capabilities.
We got two suggestions here related to capture. Weber says he'd like to see capture ability to be only one focus, and then Goger says Could we see a situation in the future where infantry could take over or control mechs or vehicles? So I assume like control it and then it flips sides in the battle and then the other player gets to drive it around.
Well, we actually have a mechanism like that for the Union of Stars. Their Bruticus power armor are trained in a lot of different like war mech platforms, so they have a base knowledge of all of them, or at least a lot of them, and you just kind of hand wave that guy knew that one. But when they capture a mech in the game, they have the ability to take it over, and it becomes that player's unit for the rest of the game. So the other player lost a mech, and the other side gained it, and it's like that could be devastating if it was the right mech at the right point of the game. That could be really, really scary. But as far as capturing only being one focus, we can test that. I'm not opposed to. My concern was I didn't want infantry just capturing willy-nilly all kinds of other stuff, and it's like, oh well, there goes my 120 point mech, right? It's just gone from some 5-point little muskrat that snuck up on me and got me. But at the same time, there is a lot of risk to that infantry of getting stepped on, and it's worth looking into that and seeing if there is some room for improving the rules, to make it a little bit more narrative friendly. Let's see. Okay. When are the new rules going live from Solo Citizen? My intention is I wanted to do July. I feel that August is probably more realistic so that I don't, because right now, today, I need to, basically all of the Sierras have been tested, not the Serena one, that one doesn't count. The other Sierras have been tested. Obviously, I've printed them because I've painted all of them but the 2B, and the 2B is primed. I wasn't able to finish it in time. But I still have to test the shields. Once those are done, that's a major release, releasing those, updating all of that. We have to make some other modifications to some others just to get them ready to be pre-support released and supported. So like July is probably going to disappear pretty quick. And as I'm gearing up for the Kickstarter. So I want to say August. I want it absolutely to be ready by September, because when we do the Kickstarter, which the goal right now is September, I want that to be available. So that way everyone who looks into Revelations from the Kickstarter side will have everything up to date. They won't be hearing, oh, it's coming. I want them to be able to like download it. Okay, that's the rules. Do you want to support us, kind of thing? So I think that's important to be as up to date as we can be for them. Do you have anything else jumping out at you?
Yeah, Streaker Design asked earlier, was there a Keeper of the Peace equivalent for Orca, which could be another interesting suggestion?
There currently isn't. I could see later as we develop the Ethereal Kingdom, I've wanted to look into doing more of actually make Five Skulls be a playable subfaction. But I could see as we wrap up, or not wrap up, but the Ethereal Kingdom is fully out there. I think at this point, Haven has enough stuff that you feel like Haven is playable, very playable by themselves without even mixing the other subfactions. Five Skulls would need their time to kind of build up. And whether or not AB&T is going to get it anytime soon, I don't know. I'd like to, but I'd like to do a lot of things too. But I could see there being some sort of force. It's not official yet, but I could see there being a force that's basically like these guys are composed of some of the other sub-factions, and they have to work together. They have to travel together. They have to do their thing together because they kind of represent their sub-faction nation. With the way that Orca works is, as I mentioned before, there's multiple sub-nations and a couple of independent worlds like Kaladar, which is primarily a mercenary planet. But there's these different systems, they all have this alliance pact where, like, if the Ethereal Kingdom gets invaded by the Republic, the other sub-factions are supposed to send forces to go help, because none of them together or on their own are very powerful, right? Because when you're looking at the Republic as a neighbor or the Faust Union as a neighbor, like, it's kind of crazy in terms of military size. But when you have everybody kind of pool together, now they can be more effective. So, but I could see there being some other subgroup, whereas like we need to be made up of others to kind of do different things. But outside of that, Orca, the purpose of Orca with these independent planets and these subnations is that they get to rule themselves. Five Skulls rules very, very different than Haven, who rules very different than the Ethereal Kingdom. AB&T is effectively just a corporation that owns a couple of planets. So they rule things obviously very different as well. So they don't really interfere with each other. Now, if there was a situation where there was a mass sort of uprising on one of the Haven worlds, they might be able to convince a neighbor to be like, hey, we really could use some help, because if we get too weak here, the Republic's going to come in, or somebody else, some kind of thing. So we need to deal with this as a team to fix this so that we don't. But that ends up getting into a lot of political stuff, which could be fun for definitely for a series where there's all this inner working. Well, yeah, but if I help you, what are you really doing for me, and kind of thing. Or they don't want one of the sub factions to come in and help them because, well, we don't really want the criminal underworld that typically follows the Five Skulls to get in on our Ethereal Kingdom planet. So maybe we'll ask Haven to help, and if Haven says no, maybe we can pay AB&T to help. But we really, like, Five Skulls, you need to stay away. Like, well, we're happy to have you if we get invaded, but like outside of that, just stay away, and that could be fun. Definitely a very interesting story, because we would have a lot of different people from different backgrounds all together. So Solo Citizen was asking, July we'll see the updated mechs and starters released. All of the starters will be updated. They will be released and available in July. Absolutely. That is what I want to do. The Faust Union is already available, but we want to update the other three and get proper images and get everything packaged well and get that out. And that includes, obviously, the Republic starter with the Sierra. So they'll get the new Sierra in there. I will say, so what I wanted to do was to have two different versions of each of the starters right now, just to try to make it able to be understood. One starter would be you're only buying the models, because if you've already bought previously our 2-player starter, you've already got tokens, you've already got cards. You don't need, to buy another starter with all this starter stuff in it, because it inflates the price, because it costs us money to make, or to package and buy. So if we make the starters more accessible, our intention is to make them accessible on a price point as well. So there'll be a unit only version, and then another version that includes like the essentials kind of idea, kind of kit. So it'll have the same models that you would get without the extra stuff, but it would have tokens, cards, dice, measuring tape, everything you need to be able to get into the game and play. But it would be a little bit more expensive because it has that extra stuff set into it. And we're looking at ways that we can, right now we only have the means to have acrylic tokens. Soon we'll have the STL versions. But my intention was I don't probably want to distribute printed ones. I want that more to be for players who want to 3D print them themselves, just because I don't want to paint them and stuff. And I don't want to get into that myself on our end, but we're looking at maybe investigating how we could do some like punch cutout ones, like out of like thick cardboard and stuff. We just don't have a connection or a vendor yet to move forward with that. But that would be a way to be able to make the starters with all the extra stuff also cheaper, because the acrylic tokens are expensive. They are labor intense in ways for us here locally to be able to get it made. So, and whatnot. So do you have anything else, kind of like an easier short one?
I saw two short ones. Woe suggested corporate espionage story.
That could be fun.
And then Remy Luna earlier asked if maybe the Kickstarter was for Merktober, which I think is a good last question.
They might. So the problem in the States is that most of depending on what state you live in, the school age children are going back to school mid to late August. So I was like, do we really want to? And I know in some states it might even be a little bit later, but it's like, do we want to be launching a Kickstarter because those first few days are so critical. They're so critical to the success of the rest of the campaign that it's like, do we really want to try to put the Kickstarter up against kids going back to school? Because I know that's hectic for parents. And I'm like, I'm not. So then it's like, well, if we push it back later into September, now it's going to start overlapping a little bit into October, which is okay. It's not going to hurt anything. Merktober can still happen despite the Kickstarter going at the same time. So I'm more leaning towards the middle of September, which would overlap maybe towards the middle of October as the end. So they might coincide together, but we'll know as we get a little bit closer and we get into some of those other discussions as well, which is a good time right now to go ahead and segue into the Kickstarter. So for the Kickstarter, our intention, the big thing that we want to do is we want to be able to get the funding that we need to launch another playable faction. We have, obviously, I've mentioned there's 10 major nations, not counting mercenaries, other sub-factions, all kinds of other stuff, but we want to start the process to get another major faction designed. Because at this point, once all the stuff happens for Orca, they're good to go, right? They have enough stuff that you can either play Ethereal only, you'll be able to play Haven only, or you can mix them. Or Republic is definitely good. The Union, I'd like to be able to make some new stuff for them, but as they are right now, they're very solid. For the Faust Union, they have plenty of vehicles lined up. Infantry, obviously, but we need to find an infantry modeler, and then we're going to jump into that. And then I would like to do another war mech for them, so that then at that point, I think they have a lot of options. It takes time to develop a new faction, so I'd like to start that process so that maybe like every year we have somebody new coming out, kind of thing. But you always kind of struggle with, well, which of the major factions do you want to go with? It has to do with sometimes story elements, or you're going back and forth for why this faction over somebody else. I would really like to do the Lotus Imperium at some point because they are it's just owned by corporations. So a corporate espionage story would be absolutely perfect within the Lotus Imperium. They're very different than a lot of the other factions. But at the same time, I don't really feel it's time to jump into their story. And I thought about, what about the Vortorian Federation? They're on, there's a lot of friction there that could lead to like a civil war breaking out. Like it's a very tense time for them. You have half of them that are at least half that are very adamantly opposed to the Republic, and they value their freedoms and their liberties, and they are adamantly no, because their culture is very independent driven. It's very, very much you want to do those things. They're not against the law. They're not hurting anybody. Go do those things. Then the about half of the other side of the Federation is tired of issues with the government, issues with the utilities and other things that are just not as developed. And they're a very developed nation. They're very powerful, but they have their own flaws too because of the independence. Sometimes it ends up building up other issues. So you have the other side that's if we join the Republic, we get all of the Republic's infrastructure, food distribution, medicine distribution. We get all of it. So there's a lot of friction there. I don't really feel it's time for them either. I do feel like it would be a really fun time to actually get into designing Karldra. I think that they have an opportunity in the lore, in the stories to come, that they will be not only important, their design will be very fun. And as the logo kind of suggests, they despite not coming from Earth, I take certain, Earth elements to help inspire the aesthetic, or it's a starting point for the culture. And then I sometimes get very fantastical with it, or we just kind of just go crazy. But Karldra is my aesthetic idea for them right now is effectively Space Vikings, and more of the Space Vikings that Americans would believe how Vikings were, not necessarily how they had to look. The visually more interesting versions that we see in a lot of movies and TV. And I think that would be a lot of fun. They have their own friction between the Faust Union, doesn't really care for them, and the Republic. The Republic there's a running joke in the Republic Armed Forces that like, if you want to get promoted, get yourself assigned to a unit, or, you try to figure out a way to get to one of the Cauldra planets, because there is so much friction there that the Republic they don't want to own, not yet, they don't want to own Cauldra worlds, but they like to go there and like just kick them, because one, it gives their military an opportunity to test new gear, test tactics, test units to get experience, so they're not green, now they can be moved up in their their tactical knowledge and dealing with combat. And at the same time, Cauldra does a really good job of just always like poking back at the Republic. They do a lot of raiding into the Republic, and they are phenomenal. There's nobody better at their level of doing like ambushes and hit and runs. So they very much focus on infantry, power armor, and war mechs, like everything being jump capable, because that if they're going to be doing an attacking mission, they're going to be raiding. They don't really use vehicles. They're using mechs, infantry, drones. Hit the target, we're getting out of Dodge, we're out of here. So they are experts at those sort of tactics. So I think that they would be very fun faction, because they're going to lean into brawler type mechs that get in close. They're maybe not the most durable, but they're going to be more agile machines. They're going to be a little bit more savage in the way that their tactics are, because they have to be. They have to be very aggressive, very quick, because they have to leave. They can't do prolonged engagements when they're raiding, right? And their infantry, well, you have to have some sort of support unit as well. So I think they will be awesome. We have an idea for kind of the base of what they will be designed off of. I do not have concept art yet to show you. I wish I did. But the other thing that we would like to do for the Kickstarter is to actually build a Revelations mobile app for the game. And what that app would be intended to do would be to allow you to play Revelations Skirmish. So you have all the models and everything, but all the stats and all the stat tracking could be just on your phone. You wouldn't have to print everything out. Right now, we want to still provide the printout option, because I know that there's players who don't want to use a phone or a tablet. There are other people who would prefer that. And I know that it's modern to start leaning more towards the apps anyhow. The apps are obviously going to be kind of expensive. I've never had an app developed before. I have a couple of people to reach out to, a couple of avenues to start investigating with. But the campaign will not be hanging on getting funding for Cauldra and for the app. It'll be for Cauldra. One of the stretch goals will be for the app, so that if we don't hit that, we can still go out and move forward with new models and a whole new faction and everything else that we end up putting into the stretch goals. But then the app has a way to happen, because I think it's something that would be a lot of. It would be a fun tool to have added into our toolbox for this game. You'd be able to build your list. My intention would be you could build the list there. You could see all of the stats you can navigate through. You could save your list to your account. And then you'd be able to, in real time while you're playing the game, you pull up your stats. Okay, for your list. All right, my Sierra just took 5 damage to the left arm. Doop, 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 doop. And then now that 5 damage is right there. And I know some players don't like clutter, and I feel that Revelation Skirmish needs to have tokens. Tokens help keep everybody on track of what is going on in the game, so that I can just look at the table and I know exactly what's happening. But whether we had physical cards, or we have printout stats, or we have codex books that show the stats, all of those things is one more thing on the table that takes up space. And not everyone has some big 4x6 table to, keep in their dining room or in a basement or something to play on. And not everyone has a local game store in their area. So from the beginning, we designed, as we were developing and really getting into Revelation Skirmish, the reason we picked the 3-foot gaming space, lots and lots of people have room for 3 feet of gaming space. They may not have space in addition for where their papers would be for their stats, but they would at least probably be able to do that size. So I wanted it to be accessible to those to those players that are out there that don't have a gaming community of their own. Maybe they have their kids will play with them, or they have a friend that does come over. It's just their own local group, right? It's not like out at a neutral store kind of location. The app would kind of help with that, I think. But like I said, if it doesn't happen because the Kickstarter doesn't hit enough funding, because I do recognize that there are financial hardships right now for a lot of people. A lot of stuff has gotten more expensive, and we are trying, to remain affordable, because I see a lot of value in entertainment for people and giving them a break from all of the daily wear and tear of just what's going on in the news all the time. So I want the Kickstarter to happen. It'll help us get another faction moving forward faster than if we just fund it ourselves. We'll have concept art for everyone to be able to see. We might be able to start on maybe one of the mech models just to be able to be like, yeah, we're serious, because not everyone knows who we are. Like we have a very small community right now. We're continuing to try to grow that, but it's still difficult as we go out to new people, because, they don't know that we have, or will have by the end of this year, over 120 models. Right? They don't know that we have 5. They don't know Revelation exists. So we have to still have that best foot forward to show them, like on Kickstarter, at least in my view of how Kickstarter should work. We are serious. We're putting money into this ourselves. We need your help to go the rest of the way, kind of thing to justify. One, if you already have a game that's been going on for 3 years, why do you need Kickstarter? Because it helps us move forward faster and to expand our reach. But two, we're able to make an investment into a mobile app that's a new thing for us. So I want to try to have a pretty good idea of how much we would need financially to do that. And then that's the stretch goal, one of them there. And if it's, I imagine it'll be several thousand pretty easy. I have a couple of people that I want to reach out to. One that I've seen do an app that I thought was handled very well. And I was like, well, that was how we did revelationswar.com. Our list builder right now was made by the guy who made one of the Star Wars Legion databases. Like he made his own list builder there, and I reached out to him, and then we ended up being able to negotiate out a deal to get him to help us. So I like reaching out to the community as well, because then I can see that someone did something versus you just talk to some app developer and they just, blow a bunch of smoke and like, oh yeah, we can do that. And then like nowhere near the skill or the understanding. When you work with someone else it's the same thing with like even getting art done or models made. When you work with someone who is a fan of some of these other brands that are out there, other games, they have a level of understanding of like the baseline of what I need and what Revelations needs. And then from there, we start adding in, okay, these are the other ingredients our stuff has to have. And I'd like to do the same thing with the app. So we have about another minute or so, 2 minutes. If there was any other questions, I was going to see. I'm not sure if Chris went away for a break really quick. Connor Lil was asking I think the Faust tank was a Strieger design. No, that was not. Strieger design was working on the pommel, so like all of the different pommel variants. He's also working with us on the Crusader. He had done the first version of the Crusader, and now we're going to be working on the one that will be released fully. And hopefully as we're able to move that forward appropriately. Maggie Weber was saying, please focus the campaigns on conscripts doing stuff against war mechs. That could be fun, especially from the Faust Union perspective on Lasonia, because one of the short stories that I've written and published, it's actually available for free on our store, is The Horned Titan. And it deals with a young Kraus Reznikov before he was the man he is now, and where he is watching a entire battle play out between the conscripted forces, the Krasny, for his planet, because he's on Lasonia, and then a Republic company that comes in and just lays him out, and then a Juggernaut comes in, bright red, huge, titanic kind of machine, the giant skull face, and then fights that company like all on its own. So it's a really cool snapshot. It's it definitely could be something you could see happen even in Revelation Skirmish. And that was important to both introduce a character that was going to be a playable character, but also make it feel like, okay, this feels like someone was telling a story of a battle from a present person's kind of thing. With that, I need a few minutes of a break. So we're going to go ahead and take a break here now. We are going to be back in about 15 minutes at like 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. So thank you guys very much, and I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Okay, and we are back. Hopefully. So I want to thank you guys very much for so far being here with us. I know that an event like this is long, but there's so much information that we've wanted to share, and we've been around for 3 years now. We got to do like a special kind of event like this. I think it's awesome. But I am very grateful for you guys taking time to be here, participating in the chat, or just lurking and just watching is great too. I know that for the next 2 sessions, the next one that we're about ready to start is about novels and stories and short stories and stuff within Revelations. But the one right after is going to be a Q&A, and Chris is going to come back for that one. But that'll be another good time to ask questions. Not necessarily, it can be about anything that we've kind of covered, or it can be like other stuff that you've just been curious about with Revelations, or stuff about the game, stuff about the real world kind of stuff that we have, and everything else in between. So I want the Q&A to not necessarily be like what we did with the previous, like, what do you want to see in Revelations? These can be just things you've just been curious about, or you want to know more about, or things like that. So that'll be the session that starts around 7 p.m. So about 30 minutes from now. So just, so you can already start asking questions. We've got the doc to kind of keep going through, but also just so that you have time to kind of think about it. So moving into the future stories, first, we have to talk about the stories that we already have, because for some of you, this might be the first time you've even heard that we have stories at all. So we have multiple short stories that are published right now on our website. You can go and download them. I think they're all for free right now on our store as PDF form. I've already mentioned the Horn Titan earlier, but just in case some people are new here or coming back to the stream late, I had some people that were messaging and commenting saying that they were late at work and they were going to be getting on soon. The Horn Titan showcases a young Kraus Reznikov during one of the invasions on Lasonia from the Republic, and it takes place, I don't remember exactly the timeline, but it was when he was a younger boy and then became, the playable Juggernaut character now for 434. And Artificial Life, that is a very different story. It's not, because Revelations will mean something different to everybody, right? To me, Revelations is more about secrets and hidden agendas, and how there's alliances between people at the top and other things that not everybody gets to know. And there's a lot of betrayal and secrecy that happens within just different groups and different organizations, and how that kind of interlocks at different levels, and how it has as we're developing and trying to move forward, it'll have a common thread that makes sense. Some things will kind of be off on their own, kind of isolated thing, but others will be, wow, that group was linked to this thing that happened over here, that if that wouldn't have happened, it wouldn't have kicked off this thing. And so, like, my intention is, outside of that, is that Revelations, you can enjoy it by only reading the books. You can just be a reader, just be a fan that way. You could just be a player and you play Revelation Skirmish and you're like, I picked this faction. I don't know anything about the lore. I don't care. I think they look cool. That's all I want. Or you can, integrate them and do both. And then you get a richer experience of why certain nations are fighting which ones, why certain planets are worth protecting, or, why the nation, like the Republic or someone else wanted to take that planet. It adds, my intention is a deeper experience for everybody. But I recognize not everyone will want fully all of it. So Artificial Life as a short story is vastly different from some of the other material that we have, like the Horn Titan, in that it follows a man who creates an artificial being, and he has to keep it secret at all costs. And I don't want to spoil why he has to keep it a secret. That matters within the context of the story. But it is a story that happens in the Republic, and is important obviously for his situation. It's a very big deal creating an artificial being, and especially because in the past, when the synthetics with the Collector, which was a massive AI that had access to basically all of the Republic's knowledge and information and databases and everything, created his own army to either convert all of humanity to become synthetics or goodbye. So it was very different kind of story with artificial life. And it's not in the past. It's in a couple of years prior to the current cycle, but it is still a fun story, I think. And it kind of shows a very different side of Revelations. The other short story we have available is A Vision from the Stars. And this one is a little bit longer than the other two, but it follows Captain Tyonek, who is a playable character for the Union of Stars. He uses a troll, as he is confronted with his fate that he will fall in a impending battle coming up. And I thought this was a fun way to kind of weave in a little bit of the cultural and religious side of the Union of Stars and the combat aspect of, like, you know, kind of emulating Revelation Skirmish and being able to kind of really show that off. And like, how does the Union battle differently than the Republic, and kind of, you know, just the difference. And we got to, it was the first time, at the time, it was the first story that showed a playable character. So that was also, and kind of like how his mechanic works in their real world. So those are 3 stories that are available right now. You go to shoprevelations.com. You can go get them downloaded, and I'll be very interested to hear feedback or like just thoughts, or you know, do you want to see more short stories? Because I like short stories because you're able to get a snippet of Revelations, but you don't have to feel the same commitment to a 300-page novel, right? Like you can get, or it can be a story that wouldn't work at 300 pages, but it works for 20 to 40 pages, right? And it's compact enough and it's trimmed down enough to be quick, but very enjoyable, and kind of go on from there. As I mentioned earlier, we currently have 5 different novels that exist in the market, but it's kind of changing. By that, I mean, a couple of years ago, I went through, well, let me just step back. When I first began writing, I chose writing for Revelations because I didn't have the financial means, nor the connections, nor the knowledge of how to pull off Revelation Skirmish. I had, for 15 plus years, I've wanted to create my own miniature game. I bet a lot of you watching, if you played games for a long time, have probably thought about how cool it would be to make one of your own, right? And there's a lot of challenges that go to that. And a lot of stuff that we've had to figure out and learn and move and get over. But I knew that I could probably learn how to write. I still don't necessarily think I'm a phenomenal author, but I can tell from my older stuff when I go back to read it, like there's an improvement, just like with my painting, there's an improvement, but I wouldn't pat myself on the back for being a Da Vinci or something. But, anyway, as far as like artist skill, but I started writing the books because it was something that I could do, right? It was effectively just my time. Otherwise it's free. Yeah, you need a book cover, but you can at least make the story. So as I started to write the stories, I also ran into a situation very quick, actually, even before the stories began, of a lot of hesitation of like, how am I going to write these stories and make all these decisions about Revelations and all these nations and all these cultures and all these characters. And then I need to know about how the history, because how they got to where and it became such a burden. It freaked me out. Honestly, it freaked me out. And I didn't end up moving forward with that. I had come up with the idea of Revelations back when I was like 18, and I started getting serious about it around like 29 and 30. And I'm 34 now, so I've been at it for a little while, but it had gotten boxed up and put away out of my mind. So as such, because I didn't have the means to sit down and say, and I know there's some people who are massively creative and can come up with like a plethora of stuff where it feels like a lived-in universe and it just flows out of them. For me, it's a little bit more work. It takes moments of inspiration and things to kind of like sit in my mind for a while, and then I'm like, I got it. That's what we're going to do. And the same thing has kind of happened with some of the stories that we've written. So I've published 5. You have chronologically, as far as the novels, exclude the short stories for the moment for the conversation. The novels begin with Spectre. Yes, there's more stories to tell in the past if we want to, but Spectre chronologically is the first one, and Rise of the Inquisitor is after that. Those two have been edited and updated a couple of years ago on our store. I need to go and update them on Amazon. I just had put it off and then it ended up getting forgotten. My bad. But those stories on our website are up to date. They fit within the context of the new stuff that we've created. They fit within lore accuracy and how like combat works. Moving outside of those to the Kingdom of Sand series, I have 3 novels in that series that have been published. One received an update, and then I never moved forward with the other 2. The problem was when I wrote those, they were prior to my understanding and my decisions of how like space combat works in Revelations. I have since made different decisions, and that if we are ever able, when, I will say when, because I really do want to do it and I believe it's possible, when we move forward with Revelations Warfleet, which is a space battles game, I know that at that point I would need to have all these decisions made for how does space combat work, right? Is it more Star Wars inspired? Is it more Battlestar Galactica inspired? Is it more, pick any of these other universes, right? Like what is like a comparable example out there from other brands? And it took me a while to kind of figure out where I felt like, yeah, this is where I want to be, but do it my own way. And we have a couple of different space battles in the Kingdom of Sand series that now don't 100% make sense. And the ending of book 3, I feel, looking back on it now, hasn't been elaborated enough for how it was able to happen. Because I have a better idea now of how I want Kingdom of Sand to end. How Mikhail, how important he is for this particular place in time in Revelations. And if I would have finished the series years ago when I started it, I think it wouldn't have been as good as what it will be going forward. So what I have to do is go back into book 1, which I don't think will take that much work, but I do need to just make sure everything is together, and then go into books 2 and 3, update those, add new content. So because book 1 is full size, book 2 is full size, but it's a little light. And then by the time you got to book 3, its pages are dropping, like in page count. So the amount of content that you get to read. And I've been like, no, we have Orca at the time when I wrote Kingdom of Sand, the first 3. Orca was just like a thought. I had no idea about Haven. Haven didn't exist. The Ethereal Kingdom did not exist. I had loose ideas of these other nations. I didn't know about Queen Abigail Black for Haven. There, about Kaladar and how important Kaladar is to Orca, but also to the entire mercenary, profession. And I had very little. I was kind of making up as I went about the 5 skulls. Going forward, or going back to go forward, I want to add in more elements of Orca. I think it's way important. Because it leads to, certain other conflicts that may break out between the Republic and Orca, or between other mercenaries and Orca, or space pirates and Orca. Like there's other groups that we can now put the seeds out there to tell these other stories, when before I just didn't have the means or the creative definition to do so. So I want to go back to those other 3, update them, and then my goal is to have all 3 of them updated this year. I don't have an exact timeline because I have an idea for how I want the book covers to go. I think if I described it, it would spoil it. But if I could, I need to find someone who can make like all 6 of them together, because together it's going to tell a story in itself, just as 6 pictures. So I need someone who's very skilled, but also willing to do 6 projects, because otherwise, if I switch, it's not going to be that great. And I can't use the book covers that I had in the past. I'll tell you a good reason why. For Kingdom of Sand, that was the second book. Kingdom of Sand Judgment Day is the first Kingdom of Sand story. That was my second novel that I had published. At that time, we had only some concept art for how mechs looked in Revelations. We had like the Sierra, we had the Sentry, the Spade, but that was like there wasn't a whole lot more, and the design language wasn't nearly as refined as now. So if you go and you look at those old book covers, you're going to see the artwork that was created for us existed before any of the models. So like the Sierra looks very different from even our first Sierra. The Sentry almost doesn't look like the Sentry. Like you can tell like a little bit of the basic shape, but it's not the same thing. And then when you get to the book covers for 2 and for 3, it starts really becoming apparent that these are old in terms of where we are today. So I don't feel comfortable releasing or trying to build up all this hype and all this energy behind releasing a whole new series, or really kind of continuing the series, really more so. It's continuing it. And then and now here's this old picture that's outdated even by our standards of within the microcosm of Revelations as a brand. So I want to update those and be able to put our best foot forward. And I think it'll also be a better value to everybody else because there'll be more content in them. They will all now fit within a better context of Orca. We'll always be coming up with new ideas and new characters and new historical moments and new allegiances that I don't have that information today. You know, if you go and you watch Star Wars when it was released in chronological order, some of the stuff ends up syncing up and then other stuff creates new plot holes sometimes. I want to be careful not to create new plot holes. And I'm a big Star Wars fan, but I see people making stretches sometimes to make things in the stories or the movies make sense together. And it's like those moments would have been better sometimes. They'd be a little more impactful if they were accurate to the lore or the other decisions that they had already made up until that point. Or don't make new decisions that now make other things silly or out of place. At least that's what I'm trying to do. So that is more of as we go forward. Not quite ready for the Q&A time. But the outside of that, outside of Kingdom of Sand, I have ideas for a couple of different books that I really want to see done. One being following the Prefect Major, who's the top leader of the entire Core Republic. Another one for how I wanted to do. I have this. It's actually pretty fleshed out outline for following a trilogy that shows how Queen Abigail Black became the queen, ruling over Haven, and how her relationship with the Blood Wolves played a huge part in that. So then, now it's a story that gets to develop the Blood Wolves and their relation with like the Faust Union and the Core Republic, and kind of how they've developed and been able to progress, because they're a relatively young mercenary organization and now they're up to a full-sized army. And in the context of Revelations, the military size of the Republic or of the Union of Stars or of even Caldra vastly, vastly, vastly outweighs the Blood Wolves. But the Blood Wolves, they're like a very exact instrument to do a thing that you need them to do. They're phenomenal at what they do. Like, in order to even be eligible, to even begin the process to be a candidate to be a Blood Wolf, you have to already be a veteran. You have to already be able to demonstrate you have a honorable record that you did something with another military. They'll take you and train you in the rest of their ways and kind of bring you along, but you don't come to them without, except in very rare instances, you don't come to them and get accepted as just, I've always wanted to be a mercenary. Well, why? I think it'd be fun. Okay, you don't fit. They have very specific things that they're looking for in a candidate. So that would be a cool story. Like I said, the Prefect Major. I have some other stuff. And ultimately, down the road, I don't even want to be the one writing all of the stories. Well, why? I want Revelations to be able to expand, and I only have so much time outside of myself. I want it to be able to continue to grow, and for for me, myself, to sit over it, to make sure that it's going in the direction that I want it to, but at the same time, you need other voices to add other perspectives, like, for different, just a different way to tell that story instead of just being all stuck through the way that I see everything. So I am open to that. And I want to kind of see how that can go as going forward. I will say, if anybody's watching this and they're excited and possibly like, hey, Rick, I want to jump in. One, you can reach out to me. But two, understand that in order to be able to be one of the writers for Revelations, I really need to feel like, one, I can trust that you understand Revelations, and two, that you've read Revelation. It doesn't have to be every single piece of content out there, but that you understand where I'm coming from, because I feel in some ways when we've promoted the mechs a lot, right? I am a huge fan of mechs. I love Western mechs. I even love other ones that are out from various animes. There's a lot of different art styles that are fun. Some that I don't really think are for me, but others that I've been a fan of for so long. And I use the mechs a lot of times as the eye candy, as the thing that like catches your attention when you're scrolling or when you just see one of our pictures or post about things, right? So I know that mechs are a big component of our marketing side, but really Revelation Skirmish is like it's a branch off of Revelations as a whole. The wars that happen, the battles that happen, the game, those are not. If you said, Rick, what is Revelations? I would not say it's just all war. War is part of it, because that is how some of these bad actors are taking their power out on others, or how they're gaining more power for themselves. They use and coordinate wars to happen or conflicts to happen to rise up to benefit them. Not always. Sometimes it's noble reasons, like we're being attacked, or we're being there's a lot of aggression on our border. We have to do something to kind of defend ourselves. There's other stuff that can happen where, based on your perspective of those characters, you may agree or completely disagree. Like, I want it to feel like there's not necessarily one side that's the good guys, one side that's the bad guys, and that's just it. It's not a light and dark in a very base, easy term. It's I want it to feel more mature. I want it to feel more grown up, not in like extreme adult content, but in the way that in the way that the stories are crafted for you as the reader, or the way that the game is crafted for you as a player. I'm not trying to coddle people. I don't want people to feel like I'm talking down to them, or I don't want people to feel like we're just in it for the money. We're just trying to do like this get rich quick thing, and like, oh, well, making a game would be fun and we make a bunch of money and we dip. That's not what I'm after. Like, I want to build something that is meaningful. And I think the stories are the primary way that happens. So I need to get back to being far more serious about the book writing and crafting more stories, and you guys providing feedback on the ones that are already out there, like the short stories, because those are easy to digest, right? Because they're short and you can just one sitting, easy. Even if you're a slow reader, that's easy. And then like on Spectre and Rise of the Inquisitor, both of those, Spectre and Rise of the Inquisitor, highlight big stuff that's happening in Revelations. Big stuff. Their stories are not big combats. Like in Spectre, there is one scene, I think, in the whole book that has a war mech in it. The rest do not. So it's that book is not for that. That book was for other things, right? So I think probably, I don't want to go in a loop. So I think we're probably good there. So why don't we go ahead and start to move into Q&A time. So if Chris, are you there?
I am. I've been waiting patiently for you.
Waiting some patience. So as I'm transitioning, because I wasn't necessarily looking at the chat or anything, did any other questions kind of come in that you think are standing out?
There was one just a few minutes ago. Madge Weber said the clans from Haven have a lot of potential, but as a core Republic citizen, he would like more stuff about the Prefect Major. Not a question, but still relevant, I guess.
Okay. And yeah, like I was even saying, that I definitely want to do that. I'm actually going to weave in parts of that. I've decided there's a pocket of that story to tell with Kingdom of Sand, because I don't want to spoil it, because for those who haven't even been exposed at all, Kingdom of Sand will matter very much to the Republic and will be very it's something they have to take care of, kind of thing. Is there any other ones that are jumping out? Like trying to get back to the doc.
From the previous session, we got 3 that were unanswered.
Okay.
One of them from Woe is 5 Skulls versus Inquisition. Wait, no. We did that one, I think.
I think well, there wasn't necessarily them specifically, but we sort of touched on that kind of vein.
I think so, yeah. I think he suggested something else similar as well. But, you know. And then Goger also had, to help expand the concern of everyone just taking over mech, could we see remote hacks from infantry units or drones to make it perform an action or drain its action pool for a turn?
I would like to have more, let's say, like electronic warfare kind of things happen. But it's like, how do you do that and not greatly alter the balance of the game? So I do want to, and that was actually why we brought the drones in, was to kind of simulate how things are very different than maybe in some other universes or other games that you've played. Let me see if I can find one here. Goger was also asking, will we ever see any audiobooks dropping with any of the stories, even if not from platforms like Audible? So I have considered is also making that for the Kickstarter, making that another stretch goal. Because I've had, over the years that I've been doing this, I've had a number of people ask, do you have audiobooks? When will you make them? And the downside to audiobooks is that they're expensive to create. Like, at least like as a general base, you're probably looking at around $1,000. You're like, okay, well, if it's 1,000, that's not too much money. But when you're a smaller studio, it's like, what could we do with that $1,000 instead? So you kind of like weigh that around and not really necessarily sure. So I want to do them at least for one book to be able to be like, hey, this is what it would be like, check the interest, maybe promote it a bit to try to see where it goes from there. So it's like a yes, but it's conditional of like, I don't know when.
Yeah, it seems like that's one of those things that would work out really well, but you kind of need that initial investment for it. And that's a hard choice.
Right. And that's why, like, but we could do it as a stretch goal. And then all of a sudden we have money to do it. And it's money that, yes, we have to, like, if there was physical models or something that also went for that Kickstarter's, for that pledgees, for the backer, for their pledge, we would have to fulfill, obviously. So there may be cost going out to fulfill that for them. But the intention of the Kickstarter is really to push the 3D printing side. So fulfillment for us, for the majority of it, would be very, very doable in a reasonable turnaround. But then also it's yes, we would be making Carl Dra and maybe some other models. So those would take development time, but we'd be able to get things moving. So the money is much more for, okay, now these are for the things we want to do. We're not like eating the money in order to produce it. it's already kind of there. And now we're doing new stuff, the stretch goals and other things like that. So that would free up money to like, oh yeah, we can do an audiobook. We can do one. And I had considered, I think even somebody at a couple of people had asked down the road, like, have you considered you recording them? And I hesitate because I personally don't dislike my voice, but I don't really feel like my voice is necessarily one you want to listen to as a narrator. So that's why I haven't done that either myself, because I was like, you hear some of these other audiobooks, you're like, man, that person is just really good at reading. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not so sure.
All right. Next up, we have a couple of questions that came in just now.
Okay.
Remy asked, "Do you plan to release some kind of individual small lore or exploration primer type of books for the factions?"
Yes. I wanted to already have them out all done by now, but it didn't happen.
I know that.
Yes. And like the Merc primer is kind of like that introduction to kind of like, okay, do people like this format? Is it something that's doable for us to create? How much money did we have to spend in order to get it completely made? Because it's like, do we need to make new character art for it, or we have to paint a bunch of models to show off paint schemes? Well, like that takes a time investment, and like all this other. So like I don't want to say it often comes down to like just money, but I mean it in a way it does, because we don't have a community of 10,000 players that like, you can statistically, you could easily count on 1,000 of them back. And so, you're probably likely to make X amount of money off of every product that you produce. So we have to really weigh everything differently. And that's why sometimes like you've like the Mars HA, the heavy assault Mars, I was the one that went and modeled that. Obviously I took the Mars, it was already there, but I was the one who invested several hours. It was like 6 hours of playing around with that to figure out how do I want the antenna to work on here. And then laying out all of the reactive panels on the hull and the turret. And you're like, yeah, it's, 6 hours plus then, you and I went over it to make sure things worked. Then I had to do the pre-supports and the testing and then the painting, and all that adds up into a time investment or cost paying different people involved. And, but it was making use of an asset that we already had, right? We're repurposing that, but now it's new enough that we can sell it and feel good that like, we're not just selling a repaint, like with like, Transformers where they just repaint a model or a Transformer, they just sell it. And you're like, it's a new character. It's a different color. It's actually enough substantially changed. It has different stats. It has a different use lore wise. Like it feels good to release that. It doesn't feel like it was cheap. Kind of like, you just did it as a quick thing. So I do want to release lore books on different, and my hesitation has been primarily how long do I want them to be? And I want them to be like 150 pages. And then you're like, well, there's 150 pages and it's going to be 8.5 by 11. So it's
That's
almost double the size of like some of the novels I've written when you do like word counts that way. So it's like, oh my goodness. Like I don't want to spend 6 months putting together one 150 page primer. So I've been thinking, well, actually it would be more of just like a source book. I've been thinking more of let's do primers where they're 20 to 30 pages. They give you enough of a highlight where if you're brand new to the faction, it gives you something to feel like, okay, now I know them better than what the generic primer does for the whole universe, where you only get one page. They give you a little bit more of a deeper dive, but it's not so crazy that we can't do it. It's kind of a compromise of we can make something, get it out there, but it's not too much of an investment where you're like, man, this is going to be $3,000 by the time we're done with everything that goes into it, kind of thing. Because a lot of the time, like, it's just different projects. They all have different costs. And we've need artists for different purposes, and some of those have left for other tasks and things. So it's trying to build a consistent, dependable team where I'm like, this is what this person's for. I use them for this, has been a challenge just because we're dealing with a lot of freelancers and we don't have the funding to be like, hey, come work for me full time. We're going to get X amount of pieces of art out of you, or X amount of models or renders or whatever every month. So then we know consistently we're always going to have this much new stuff, period. It would be wonderful, wonderful, wonderful when we get there. We're just not there yet. So we're trying to walk that line. And hopefully people see it as we're doing a good job. All right, next question. What do we got?
All right, we got a two-part. So a really good one from Goger. What's the best way to reach out to write stories, short or full, for the universe? Is there a submission for it, or maybe a competition around short stories for new writers? And as a follow-up, what would be the best general route to get involved with Revelations as a whole?
So I would say, if you, as I started to touch on earlier, if you want to write for Revelations, first you need to read the primer, and you need to read at least 2 of the novels. And I say 2 because you could pick any of them and you'd be like, all right, I like it. I think I have an idea for it. And then you go and you read a different novel and you're like, oh, this comes at a totally different angle. Like this is totally, I didn't fully grasp some of the elements that you wanted to put in Revelations, and making it, feel a bit grittier and a bit more mature and developed, and not trying to spoon feed the readers. Like there's a lot of stuff being made now that even as a fan, I step back and I'm like, this is just silly. Like this thing doesn't make sense in your own rules of your own universe that you created. So I try to practice what I preach in that and what I complain about, so that, I'm walking the walk myself. So that's always important. But if they have done those things, let's say, and they do want to reach out, the best thing to do would probably be to contact me direct. If you contact us through Facebook, I'll end up seeing it. If you contact us on Discord, you can talk directly to me. Basically, however you reach out, by email, by Facebook, Instagram message, Discord, I'm the one that's running all of that primarily. So it'll get to me no matter what. So like that's how. Now, as far as the second part of that, what would be the best general route to get involved with Revelations as a whole? I'm going to approach that more as I want to help Revelations, period.
That's what I read it as well.
If you are not someone who is artistic, whether that means painting or modeling or drawing or writing, all of those very artistic skills, and you don't have to have all of them by any stretch to be participate, it would be the best thing like everyone can do is, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, would be share the stuff, talk about it with people, because like I know how that sounds saying it. It sounds so simple. It almost sounds like pointless. I'm one person. Who cares? I only know like 3 people who play games like these. Who cares? We don't ever know what one person who's connected to somebody else will all of a sudden launch everything. If we had one person connected to a particular celebrity and they just make a small tweet, and like to them it's a nothing, and all of a sudden we got 1,000 new players, tomorrow Revelations would be different. Like it would immediately be different if that much came through. Or if, that person may not know anyone, but maybe they know someone who runs a game store, and that game store is willing to hear us out and maybe carry our stuff. Now we have a whole new local community out there that could be supported. And like all of a sudden, boom, that leads to 6 more people that play, and then they have other people they know. So those things can seem very small and almost like, what's it going to do? But we don't know who will do it. And that's why I keep doing this even for years now. This is not the level I want it to be at. I want to employ numerous artists full-time, myself full-time. Like this is what I do right now. It's not. I work it pretty much like a full-time job, but I don't, it's not my source of income. I have other things. I keep reinvesting that money into new models, into new into like painting materials, into the hiring of different artists. Like that's where I put my money back into, because I believe in this and I'm willing to put the time and effort and the money back into it to demonstrate repeatedly, and not to pat myself on the back. It's because I want to see this happen and I'm passionate about it, not just, oh, it'd be cool. It would be fun. Like, no, I want to do this for a living. This is what I want to do. If you were right now to say, Rick, I will write you a $10 million check, what are you going to do with it? I would say, I'm going to go, I'd have to seriously consider, am I going to go make a Revelation short film? Am I going to go make a video game with it? Am I like, the mobile app would obviously happen. It would be like, that's what I would look at. I wouldn't be looking at, oh, I can go retire. This is what I want to do. And I have ideas for other universes I'd like to get to, but like Revelations is the one that I'm very, very serious. And I think it can, I think there's a lot of people who would be interested in it. And it's not made for everybody. It's not like we're trying to be like the next Marvel or something where it's just this tremendously huge household name. We'd only need a couple thousand players that play and support and buy stuff, that we like, everything would be different like right away. And like, when you look at the scope of humanity on the earth, a couple thousand people is not that many, so it doesn't really take much to start a lot, is what I'm getting at. I saw one in here from Final Consensus. Where did it go? I think it moved. Maybe it got asked.
Previous conversation? Was that the one?
No, well, I mean, this one's good. If you could give yourself one piece of advice back when you were first starting Revelations, what would it be? And the first thing I would say is figure out whatever for you allows you to move forward. For me, I was so overburdened with the idea and the weight of all of those decisions I had to make and all of the stuff I'd have to come up with, and all this money to get all these pieces made and all this artwork and all this other stuff, that it just crushed me. And I lost all enthusiasm and all energy to do it. And at the beginning, you're basically passion driven, because you have to be. You have to just love the story so much, or be so excited to be able to share it with people. Like, there has to be something that just pushes you when you have no guarantee of any financial return or any recognition or anything, right? You could write a story and get it out and no one sees it. But for me, I got comfortable with the idea of finally being willing to really step out and do it, because I was like, it's okay that I don't have all the answers. For me, it was writing short stories, because that was what my skill set was. For you, Chris, like you're a modeler, like you can go and do that, right? And you've done that for your own stuff as well. For me, it was writing. So I have to make these decisions on all the lore and stuff. Well, I think what I could do is I can write a short story and I can make it a very isolated topic. So I don't need to know about this great war and all these sides and all this stuff. I can make a very encapsulated story where I have to only answer a couple of questions, big questions, and then that's it. And I can be done. And I can do my best to outline it to be like 20 pages, 15 pages. I can do that. I can do a 15-page story. And from the very first story I wrote, that became essentially the first 2 chapters of the whole Rise of the Inquisitor novel. That was the first story I wrote, was that opening scene in Rise of the Inquisitor. The first one that I had written since I came back to Revelations. So figure out whatever that thing is. That would be the advice I'd give myself. Do that. And then the next thing I would say is be okay. You have to get to a place of being secure enough that you're okay failing. That if no one reads it, you have to still be happy with it. And I don't know if I necessarily struggled a great deal with that, but I think that's good feedback for any creative person when starting, is don't be, because you see all these people doing amazing stuff. This person's an amazing author, super accomplished. They do all this stuff. I can't write anything like that. I'm never, like, what's the point in trying? Or you see someone who paints, and you're like, these guys paint in competitions. How can I even come close to that? I'll just spray paint them one color and I'm done. Like, they give up before they really get going because their sights are set to people that are so far above in skill. you can't compare. So it's not fair to yourself. It makes you just lose all energy. And that's not good. Let's see. Then
We've got a quick one from MagiWeber. Sarna for Revelations, like a Sarna style thing. And for those who don't know, Sarna is a fan-made wiki site for another game property.
So I would love to make something like that. I think at some point, kind of like how Sarna is like community supported, I think at some point we will have that, I hope. What I would like to do right now on the shop is to start doing, like I already have, I need to go back and update and finish out the Orca page, but I put a page on the shop for each of the factions. It gives a little bit into the lore. It gives you a link to the primer. It gives you a link to their catalog, but I would like to do more than that and start to build out a little bit more space for them. Like one being a catalog of images of like stuff that's painted for them and like the official unit that goes with, especially as that continues to grow. Like all of my Orca stuff right now, specifically Haven, is painted up in the 7th Queen's Fury, which is the unit that you would find on Tortuga. They're the garrison force there. So if you bought the Tortuga Across the Verse installment, that's what they would look like, right? But as we continue to expand and start having other things painted and maybe even other skilled painters that start creating stuff, like if they're willing to like volunteer that image, we could build out other stuff too. I mean, it has to be at least to the standard that like I continue to show. I have absolutely no discouragement that I ever want to give a newer painter or a less skilled painter, because I was just there. If you look at my stuff from 3 years ago, it was garbage. I don't want to say it was garbage. I crap on my own stuff and I can do that because it's mine. But like I used basing material that was way too big that I didn't need to. There was other stuff that was just as affordable that I could have used. I just didn't want to put the time in. I was being actively lazy. Stuff that made my forces look less quality just because of my own lack of desire to really put in effort. So I had to also develop that over time too, of like, it'll be worth it when you're done and you can show off something and you can be very proud of it. So a Sarna type thing would be very cool. I think it would be very helpful. We'll build up to something like that. I'm sure it's down the road for sure. There was one I thought I had seen from.
We got 2 more from Remy and 1 more from MagiWeber and 1 more from Final Consensus. MagiWeber is, what do you think about decals and water slides for Revelations?
Oh, that would be cool. I wanted to start experimenting with that. I have a lot of stuff that I wanted to start doing and just couldn't do this. You guys don't even know, like the stuff sometimes that Chris and I talk about, just and him being able to be brought behind the curtain to be able to see some of the other components for things and us to move forward now with a better footing is just been, it's one of those things like you can only do so much on your own. So the decals is one of those things that I have to do on my own first. I don't have anyone else to lean on for that, but I would really like to, because I think that's a component that is small, but it's missing from the finished product, the finished models, that would add a lot more immersive flair for really almost no work compared to, oh, it's going to take 10 hours to paint this mech from top to bottom or something, whatever time you put on it, when you could just slide on the decals and you're like, oh, cool, that's the unit it's from. Awesome. So I would love to do that. I would like to even do it sometime this year, but I wouldn't want to commit to that because we have a very full plate ahead of us.
That's an understatement.
From Remy, do you have any plans to release a kind of tech manual or a unit manual? I know a tech manual is another one of those things that's been asked a lot, especially from people who have like a BattleTech history. They're used to that level of more of a technical immersion And I would love to make something comparable. I don't want to copy their layout. I want to do a Revelations thing, right? It's been one of those things where I'm like, I hesitate primarily because we don't have all the units created. Like, if you would have said, Rick, create the Republic one, I would have been using old Hunter stuff. I would have been, the Arbalist wouldn't have been in there, or the Arbalist might have, but maybe not the Enforcer. Or, you know, if you looked at Orca, I couldn't even have told you what was going to be there a couple years ago. So I see a value in those products, but I hesitate because it's like, the Mars HA wasn't even a thought 2 months ago. So now it's going to be written into the lore and it's going to act like it's always been there. So I'm concerned that I would write something where someone else would make the manual, and then it leaves out things that don't yet exist that have to still be treated as though they've always existed. It's that balance between how do we marry those two together? It doesn't yet exist, but when it does exist, it has to always exist. And I'm not sure yet how to approach that fully. So I want to. I know people want it, but I don't know how to approach it myself yet.
You know, related to that, that would also give you a good excuse to get some more line art made that you could put into, say, a second coloring book.
No, absolutely. It really could. But even like with the line art, that gets made after the model is finished. So I have to have that decided to then get the finished line art to work backwards. It's not the way that, if you were to probably go and ask people, how do I get a model made professionally? Like, they wouldn't probably do it in our normal process. But the reason is because there's so much inventing and like, I mean, Chris, you can attest to like all the stuff that we had to do for the Sierra.
Yes,
Like,
it was quite a project.
I couldn't possibly have asked someone to make concept art for that, because they wouldn't have thought of all of they would have to be someone who's also a modeler or very, very engineering minded, but also very understanding of how things have to print, the posing that you need to have, the design flair for the different factions. So now they have to spend time really soaking in that. And then, you know, it can't be $500 for that concept art, because like that just like destroys the budget to get any of the new models made. So there's so many things to weigh. Like, if we were a bigger studio and we were like, look, we're going to dedicate $1,000 to concept art for one mech because we want to be able to look at 10 different versions of this, pick the parts we want, and then move forward from there to the final. When we do the modeling, you know, this person is an in-house permanent modeler for us. You know, they understand that style. We know we can expect this level of expertise from them because they get our formula. When we get to that point, yeah, we like be a lot pickier and a lot more dug in and really plan it out differently. But we sort of have to like fluctuate with things and then spend several meetings sometimes with like Chris and I. How do we modify this part to do the thing that we needed it to do all along, but we didn't know how to approach it that way yet. And now we do. So now we need it to work the way we need it to work. Like it's a more fluid process rather than being very regimented. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then to finally get the model done to go back to the line art, which really should have been like in phase 2, is just what we've had to do. And it works for us, but it's not it's not a direct path kind of thing. And definitely not the way I want it to be, but I've had to learn how to be more creative and flexible than like, this is the logical way. Their final consensus, going back to a previous conversation, I strongly believe a well put together database archive could be a great tool for uniting book and game fans in one place. Basic battle specs and a short lore read up. I 100% agree. And I think that's probably one of the things to keep coming out of these conversations is the importance that has. That you could feel like that information is available, kind of thing, to be I guess more used for new people, right? To be able to get them excited and into things. There's a different one here from Final Consensus. First the books, then the tabletop game. What would you say is the next logical progressive step? I'm assuming you mean, okay, because in our case, we've done the books or continuing to develop the game. What is the next new venture that we would take that's, I guess, logical? And I would say what I want to do, like if I had $50 million, so now I had a budget to really do what I want to do, I would really want to do a CGI show. And I've talked about this before, and the reason that I want to do a CGI show is because, one, I want to be able to control the creativity differently than what you can do with a lot of times real people and CGI. I mean, The Flash is a good example. I have not seen it, but I've heard a lot about how bad the CGI is. So as a viewer, that pulls you, that's constantly pulling at you, and it's ruining that sense of immersion and your disbelief, because now you're constantly being faced with, this isn't real. So it yanks you out a lot. So I think if you do like a fully CGI show, then you can really get in and you control everything. The mechs won't feel out of place with the people, to the spaceships, to the different environments. It'll all feel, because it's all artistically the same design style. So you can really control that and move forward. That would be like, if you could do the next thing you want to do like right now, that would be it. The next, I would say, like logical thing would actually be, funny enough, to start doing merch. And like I'm wearing a new Core Republic shirt, and this was these were some like test stuff that I had ordered to try to see if we could get some of these made in a way that would allow like a variety of sizes and variety of colors. So it is something that I'm looking at. I like these so far. I feel that they delivered a good product. And I want to, and I think there's a way to be able to integrate it into the shop so that you go to the shop to order, but they're the one that distribute it. So I have to still test those components. So I don't have a deadline of when I think this can be released, hopefully shortly. But then we can start designing because they're a group that they're doing their own stuff in-house, we can have a lot larger catalog to try to see like, what do people like? And then we can kind of go in that direction. And, and it's very minimal investment on my part. So it's not like we're putting in $10,000 to try to see, and like we sold 3 shirts. So kind of going back and forth with that. Is there any other ones that I'm missing here?
We had one from Remy. Do you have plans to do interviews with content creators or YouTube channels in the tabletop or wargaming areas?
It is a very good question, and I want to do it.
I want to do it really bad because I think we had, before when we launched I think when we did the first Kickstarter, we reached out to a couple of different smaller YouTubers because I didn't feel like a lot of the YouTubers that are larger, if you guys don't know, they end up needing money and sometimes several $100s for their video. And I'm like, I don't have that for you to maybe make a good video. I don't even know by the time it's done. It might not even be good. You might not even like the game. Not that I want to pay them to like it, but like, if you're dropping $500 or $1,000, you don't want them to be like, I think it's the worst thing ever. Like you can't gamble that, not at our level. So we reached out and that did not go well. There was one person who got it, who did it, one that got the stuff and then just wasn't very supportive. And I think there was someone else who did, and they made a video, but it didn't do anything. So like my experience so far has been kind of meh, but I know that we need to do it because it increases awareness. And that's one of the things we want to do with the starter kits, is because now we have an accessible, contained way to start reaching out. It's kind of like a business card in a way. Here's something you can buy, like the Faust Union starter kit, just the models is $34.99. It's $35 to be able to try a game out. Like that's, how many miniature games can you do that? I don't think of very many. So by the time you get done buying tokens and maybe a second army,
you're looking at less than $90, maybe 90-ish with shipping. You've got 2 pikes. They could be different. They could be the same one twice, whatever. And you got stuff for 2 different people. That's very accessible. And if you split it with a friend, they're paying, like whatever by the time it's split and stuff. So I think that will be a good way to get out and to be more able to be spread. And I think improving the photography helps with that, and the paint jobs helps with that, because then it's better pictures to promote it. So all of that moving forward, I do think so. I think that is probably it for the moment with the Q&A stuff. We'll continue to take other questions, and maybe that'll come up during different other sessions and stuff. We only have a couple more primarily. We here are going to go ahead and go take a food break. So we will be talking to you guys in about 30 more minutes. We'll be back, and that will be when we do the demo game. After that, there's another smaller break, and then we're going to do the full game using the automated system. So make sure you come back for that one. That's at 9 p.m. All right. See you guys in a little bit.
All right. And I think we're back. We have it switched to NVIDIA, right?
Yep.
Okay. So sorry guys about that. So we had planned on using a lavalier mic to do this part so that I could be completely hands-free and no headset. That didn't work, which is why we had the delay. So I have to hold this mic for right now. So what we may have to do after we finish the demo session is restart the entire stream, which would mean everyone would have to go to a new link. So we'd have to create a new broadcast and start blasting out that on Facebook and Discord so that everyone knew where to find it. That sucks. We tested all of this. Everything had worked before we started, but what we couldn't test was, can you change your audio source while it is streaming? We couldn't test that because we couldn't stream and do that. That aside, I apologize for the delay. So things were kind of moved around a little bit in a hectic situation. So we have set up here onto the table at the center where I'm going to just kind of we're going to try to go over a couple of different fundamentals. And I apologize if it's a little dark. That adds a little bit of light to it. Hopefully it doesn't make me look too alien. So right here, I have two different forces. These are ones that we showed earlier. The Faust Union would be in the starter kit, obviously unpainted, and then the Orca starter kit. So you would get 2 units of infantry, a war mech, a vehicle, 2 drones. Every starter kit will have a different set of 2 drones. So like, generally speaking, all of the factions have the same kind of pool of tech to pull from, like a smoke drone, a repair drone, an ammo drone and such. So for some of those, they're going to just be different in terms of what we put into the starter kits. And they might have slightly different stats depending on which faction that they're from compared to each other. So in this, because I'm also basically one-handed at the moment, we're not going to play a full demo game. When we do the next session, we are going to play a full game using the automated system. We're going to play until it's done, until we feel that we're at a good point. So when we're doing that one, everything will be moving around. So I want to approach this more if you and I, we met at a game store and you were like, man, this looks really cool. How do I play? What do I need to do to get into it? We've already covered, obviously, an extensive amount of what you need to do to get into it. But it is worth kind of going over the fundamental stuff so that you understand the game. And then we'd be at a point where you were ready to start rolling dice. So first, we're going to start with the different types of unit classes in Revelation Skirmish and what they each kind of do in generalities. So you have infantry, you have the vehicles, war mechs, and drones. Each is a different type of unit. Each has their own perks. Each has their own pros and cons. So with infantry, you get multiple bodies, multiple bases of infantry per unit. So normally, vehicles, war mechs, drones, those are all one model is one unit. With the infantry, though, you're going to get multiple bases. And if you go to your stat profile on revelationswar.com and you were to print out your list, you don't have to worry about reading this. It's just more just to show for reference. You would print it out, and the font is a little small. The font's a little small, mostly because I didn't realize the settings were a little bit smaller, so it'll print larger for you. But on here, when you find your infantry stat profiles, it'll show right up next to the name of the unit. There'll be a number inside of parentheses. That tells you how many models are for each unit. So in this case, with conscripts or with raiders, you get 3 bases is 1 unit. If you were to look at Marines, it's 2, riflemen are 2, Centurion power armor are 3, and so on. So it kind of goes between 2 and 3. When you go to all the others, they're going to be 1 model is 1 unit. Right? It'll depend later when we get to it, but when you activate a unit of infantry, you activate all of them. And it's worth pointing out, they're each going to get their own pool of focus. So when you activate this unit of raiders, I'll just go left to right just for easy. I would activate this guy. do whatever 2 actions I wanted to perform. He's done. Activate this guy, do the 2, done. This guy, 2, done. Normally, though, when I'm activating a unit, you're alternating between forces. The only difference would be when you're activating drones. Drones get activated all at once. So let's just say, for the sake of it, you and I were playing. We rolled off for initiative or whatever game mode we had determined who had initiative. Generally speaking, the attacker will go first. The defender will be first in the next round, but not always. And when we activate our drones, if I was first and I had initiative, I'm going to go with all of my drones all on the map. I'm going to activate one individually, finish them all up, and then they're done. And then you would do the same. And then we'd move to the combat unit activation phase, where we are activating one unit. Then you do a unit, I do one, you do one, I do one, you do one, until we're all the way done. We would keep going. Then we would get into a new round. So each round is, everything is refreshed, nobody is activated. We first would choose an order card, which I didn't have here on the table to show you. And we would pick an order card, play that. Then we would activate drones. Then we would activate combat units. And then we do the cleanup phase. And then we start a whole new round. All right. So it's pretty straightforward in terms of like building your list. So let's say you wanted to play standard, right? That's up to 12 combat units per side, plus up to 6 drones. So when you're doing that, unless you and your opponent have already agreed, hey, let's just play kill 'em, right? That's just annihilation, elimination, deathmatch, whatever term you want to use. You just fight until one side wins. There's other objective-driven things. So you could decide, using the standard game mode, there are tables that where you roll dice and it determines what the environmental condition will be during the game and what the objective will be. Then you decide who's going to be the attacker and defender, because in most other game modes or game types, outside of Kill 'Em All, it's going to be very objective driven, and both of you will not have the same objective, because in a real military situation, it's extremely unlikely that you and your opponent, 2 opposing sides that somehow met in this portion of the universe to square off and fight each other, you're not going to have the same objective. So, one of you is going to be the defender, one of you is going to be the attacker. You both have a different objective to achieve in order to get victory. And then that's how, and it would also tell you in that game type what your points would be, depending on if you're attacker or defender, other special conditions, and then like your deployments as well, like how you're going to deploy. Normally, when you're just doing Kill 'Em All, which is also a game mode in heavy metal, scout, and standard, we're both going to begin the game off of the table, move our forces on as they activate, and then from then on, we just keep everything here until it's eliminated, and then we just move forward. We did this because a lot of the stuff that I've experienced in games, they'll have objectives, but both of you are doing the exact same objective, and then it gets kind of campy of like, well, I'm just going to do enough to make sure you can't complete yours because I have one of the objectives and I've hidden it somewhere else. So I personally felt it feels more immersive and realistic that you would both have a different objective that you're trying to complete in the middle of this conflict. So when you build your list, you would sit down with your opponent, say, okay, here's all my stuff. So in this instance, we're going to do everything as if we're just doing like 2 pikes against each other in Scout. Later, when we're doing the automated system, we have 2 companies. So the Core Republic will have their own, which that'll be what myself and my ally will be playing as. And then I will be, as the game master, I will be operating the Orca forces, but they are the AI, the auto player. All right. So there are a number of different tokens. I don't have a great setup at the moment, especially holding this, to show you how each of those work or what they each do. But just know that when you go into the rule book, we have a nice setup that shows you the shape of each of the tokens, and then it tells you what each of them are for. So we have a variety. They're like damage tokens that you could use or not use, because each of your units on your stat profile do have bubbles that represent their health. But like infantry generally have 4 to 5 health. You may not want to sit there and write each and every single one. You might be like, okay, my infantry took 2 damage. I'm going to go down here. This guy, he's got 2 1s on him, 2 damage.
All right. And that's how we would track it between you and your opponent. That's fine. You can do that, or you can just write in the 2 bubbles. The only thing you'd have to be careful of is that when it comes to like infantry, because there's multiple guys part of the unit, when you damage them, you're damaging that model, not the entire unit. So they don't have a combined health pool and they don't share it. So like if I fired at the first guy, wiped him out, but maybe there was extra damage floating, it doesn't transfer. It only counts as you did damage to that particular model. So that's a big distinction between infantry. So as we show here on the table with the other units, drones, as I mentioned, would activate all together, or, I do mine, then you do yours. Vehicles, their specialty that's different than other units is that for a single focus point, when they attack, they get to use all of the guns in their stat profile for that one single focus. Normally, vehicles come with 2 focus, and you got moves like drive, which is the same as walking, or cruise, which is like running. You can perform a ranged attack. You can evade. You could target lock. There's a number of different types of actions, some causing damage, some not, some being movement, some not. But when you go to attack, so like if I said, okay, I want to attack with my Bernard, and I'm going to use my main cannon, and I'm going to shoot the Banzer, and then I want to use my machine gun and shoot one of the drones, and then after I'm all done, I'm going to pop smoke on top of myself and create a defensive area so I get extra defensive modifiers. You'd be able to do that because for one single focus, you could do all of those things. Now, that's only the first time. After that, for the rest of the activation, if I try to do, let's say, my first activation, my first focus point was spent to do all those ranged attacks and then to perform the smoke, because the smoke is a weapon, so you get to perform all weapons once. When, let's say, the Banzer's still alive, I want to shoot him again. I don't shoot with all the weapons. I have to pick a specific single weapon to activate and perform. Now, if I had done the smoke gives a defensive modifier to both the attacker and the defender, however it's passing through there. So if I pop the smoke and then shot a second time, with the order of operations, the way that I did that, he's now going to be receiving defensive modifiers, and it makes it a little bit harder for me to hit them, but maybe it's worth it. What you cannot do is say I want to fire my cannon and my machine gun. I'm going to fire the cannon again, and now I want to fire the smoke from the first time that I activate. You can't. You have to finish everything you're going to do in that one focus, then move to the next one. Right? Now, war mechs are obviously the big heroes of the table, right? They're the big eye-catching, awesome-looking models that are on the table. And they get, generally speaking, quite a bit more focus, usually around 4. Sometimes they go up to 5 or something. But generally speaking, they get about 4 focus points to be able to spend. The reason they get more focus points is that, unlike vehicles, they only get to shoot at one thing at a time, unless they have a keyword for some reason or special ability that says otherwise. But they don't get to fire all of their weapons like the tanks do for one focus. So in this way, a tank normally has, or a hover tank or any other vehicle normally has at least a crew of 2 people, right? At least. Sometimes 3, could be more. But a mech, in almost all instances so far with what we have created, they're a single pilot to the machine. So that one person can only target so many things, because in Revelations, drones are not allowed, it's considered to be basically a war crime, to use drones in an aggressive way. They can't have any sort of device on them that could kill a human. They kind of hand wave away, like there are drones that have anti-missile turrets, so that fires a projectile, right? But it only is meant to target projectile missiles or rockets. It's not intended to shoot at a person. Every single unit in Revelations that actually fires a weapon that could harm a person directly on purpose requires a person to be in that machine or standing right next to it, pushing the button that makes the weapon fire. They do not allow drones or remote controlled anymore, because it had to do with the lore. When the Collector took over, when the synthetic army would go to human controlled planets, some of the planets they could go to and broadcast a signal, and they took over all of their mechs and their tanks. So the tanks were just disabled, and the mechs were now massive enemy drones. So they were like, never again. We can never do that. We have to have a person inside who controls that to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So that's why all mechs have to be piloted by an operator on the inside. So that gives over the basis of the different types of models and their general kind of specialties. Now, we do not have aircraft currently in the game or large-scale artillery pieces. And the primary reason for that is because if you look at the whole square footage and you were to zoom out and say, okay, this is going to be real, right? It's only a couple of blocks. So generally speaking, I don't really see a reason yet to include aircraft. What we do instead, and I wish I would have had him here to show you, we have order cards, and one of the order cards is tactical airstrike and the other one is artillery strike. So what those are assets off the table that we plan for and we use in the game to simulate. We have a flyby of aircraft. They just bombed one of the units and they took off, right? Or there's an artillery strike. We've got friendly artillery and we just need to ping something so that someone knows exactly where to shoot, that kind of thing. The mindset to have while you're playing this is that you as the commander are standing at your holo table, whether you're in a capital ship or you're in some sort of RV kind of situation off the field, and you're looking at a holo table of all of your forces and you're telling them where to go and you're assigning them orders, right? So, and that is kind of the way to kind of view this. So your artillery and your aircraft, you could see them on your holo table like way off field, but they're not in this zone of combat. So that's why we don't have aircraft currently. Now, down the road, will we? It's possible. We've brought in or are bringing in the arbalist, and that's definitely a siege/artillery piece. You saw the missile tank for the Faust Union. That's definitely considered to be a artillery piece. So we are bringing some of that in. It'll be more fun when we get to the battalion scale, because then you're playing a full 6-foot table. And we have 3 companies all fighting all at once on one side to the other 3. So then I feel that that's a little more appropriate. But right now, that's why we don't have like VTOLs or any sort of hover aircraft or fighters or something, because they're just moving so fast over the table that them occupying a physical space where the base of the aircraft would go makes it more difficult for the ground forces to navigate around. And they're flying so fast that it doesn't make sense to put them here, because they're flying, they hit their target and they're gone, right? They either got to go reload and get resupplied, or they're off to another drop, because remember I had mentioned that you're sometimes part of a larger conflict. So they could be being sent to another battle that's really close to you. So they can't come back to your particular spot. They're out here assigned to another mission or another target. So something that we can get into, another difference between infantry and other units, is that currently infantry are the only units in the game that can perform what is called an attack laser. And what that is basically you use a laser pointer and you aim it at a unit, and that unit is now targeted with the attack laser only as long as you maintain line of sight. So as soon, like if I used attack laser on the Anya over there and the Anya were to move out of line of sight from that raider who was laser sighting on it, the attack laser token is now gone. So I would take the 1 attack token, and they're numbered, so you would take, the 1 and 1. So I would take the 1 attack laser, set it on mine, and then you set the one that goes on your target, and then as they go out of line of sight, that token for both is gone. The benefit of attack lasers is that some weapons can only be fired if you have a target lock or attack laser. The difference between attack laser and a target lock is that with a target lock, friendly forces, not infantry, friendly mechanical forces, are able to re-roll some or all of their combat dice when they're fighting. So the target lock can be very, very important. Attack laser still gives one more thing that infantry can do that benefits the greater whole of the rest of their forces. And attack laser, for example, can be used with the tactical airstrike card. Now you would have to tack laser the Anya, and then the Anya would have to still stay in line of sight of that raider until the end of that round, because you play order cards at the beginning of the round. So the airstrike would be resolved prior to anybody else moving at the beginning of the next round. So that's even another thing that the infantry can do. And we would love to develop some more order cards, maybe some that are very specific to one faction, so that way they feel a little bit more tailored. Something to mention with the order cards before we get to the target lock. With the order cards, currently there are 13 unique cards that every player has access to. You can only, generally speaking, only play 9 of them. You cannot play any duplicates. So you can only pick from the same pool of 13 that your opponent can, and then you can't put a hand of 9 tactical airstrikes in there, right? You can only have one in your hand for the entire game anyway. That is to prevent somebody from saying, okay, I'm just going to artillery strike every single round. I don't care if it even hits me. I just want to just pummel your stuff every single round. We want it to feel like and encourage you to play combined arms, and we want to encourage you to figure out other things to do, and instead of it just being very grindy. Because and a lot of things that we've done in this game is specifically to stop people from playing very spamish. So, for example, we used to allow, and we had tested, you could take as many units as you wanted. I already knew that was going to be a problem, and it was okay that we still did the test. The problem with that would be, in the example of like power armor or even regular infantry, you would have so many of them on the field that it would be near impossible for the enemy, for your opponent, to have a chance against you. Because if I had 80 units of infantry out here, it wouldn't matter. You could take 12 juggernauts. I will wear you down before you have a chance to fully win the game, because when you fire at those infantry, you're only at most. So you hit me with a 10 damage weapon. I lost 1 base of infantry. And I've still got all these other guys. So that'd be 240 bases of infantry. It's just too much. And I'd be rolling through all of those infantry over and over and over and over, sometimes 4 or 5 dice, and just grinding them down 1 damage at a time. And then I win by just sheer numbers. So we were like, no, there needs to be a firm cap, 12 units, 12 combat units, because you can also have 6 rounds, so it's 18 in full. But 12 combat units, and that's it. Now, I will say, in some of the mini campaigns, and I can even promise in some of the other campaign releases, you will be able to play with more units. We already have that in some of the mini campaigns, but that's an isolated incident. We wanted to design the game to be very competitive in spirit, not necessarily that you had to play competitively, but that it was competitively minded, that if Revelation Skirmish ever got super big, that we weren't trying to then add tournament etiquette and tournament rules and tournament, mechanics into the game and then have to change the game around a bunch. If we built that in at the beginning, we could hopefully ensure that the game was much more balanced and friendly. And then as we grew, the tactics that the players and the community come up with will be great, but it won't ever feel super broken. Because I definitely don't like facing an opponent that just wipes out my stuff before I even get to start. Nobody likes that. I didn't come all the way down to my game store or go to my buddy's house and set up all this stuff for me to just set my stuff up and just pick it right back up. That's not fun. Nobody likes that. So we try to be very mindful of that in everything that we do, so that that kind of stuff doesn't happen, because I feel it just ruins the fun of the game. At the end of the day, yeah, if I'm playing against my buddy, I want to win, but I don't want to do so at the expense of that he's having a horrible time or that I'm having a horrible time. Now, if the dice just fail me, that just happens. That's just gaming using random number generators. But I don't want to create an environment that allows for more and more of those things to work against me, to thus ruin the experience for both of us, right? All right, so with the target lock, to get back to that, all other units besides infantry can perform a target lock. It's a one focus action, and what I would do is, there is, just like with the tac laser, you'll have a token that has a matching number to another one of your tokens. If you buy like the acrylic ones from us, they're going to both be green squares. So the small square would go on your unit. The large square would go on your target. The difference with target lock, as I mentioned, so like, for example, if I fire the TBM launchers, I believe, without looking at that, I believe it's 4 missiles that I get to fire. So it's 4 dice. We'll get into the attack stuff in a moment. And I perform the attack against the Anya, because I would target lock the Anya, for example. I could re-roll all 4 of those dice, because missiles, that is their special mechanic. They can re-roll the entire dice pool, unless it says otherwise. They can re-roll the entire dice pool to try to hit the target. If I were to fire the repeater or the cannon from the Bernard, and I would only be able to re-roll 1 dice, unless, again, otherwise specified in the rules, like in the stat profile. The difference, though, between the tac laser and the target lock is the target lock is maintained even if I lose line of sight. It's still on there. But in most cases, there's a couple of units where this changes. In most cases, if my Renatus were to target lock the Anya, and the Anya runs behind the building, the target lock is maintained. But the moment that Renatus targets or shoots at any other unit, that target lock is lost. So there are some units like the Vega, the Hydra, that can maintain at least 2 target locks. And then that way, or they even have a rule where they're allowed to shoot at something else and they don't lose their target lock. But both with the Vega and the Hydra, they have a crew of it. Well, like in the Hydra's case, it's a crew of 2. So one guy is controlling the movement and the front of the machine. The other one is controlling the communications and the arms on the back. So that way they have 2 people. So then you can hand wave, oh, that's why they can target lock 2 things, or they can target lock 1 and it doesn't lose it when they switch targets. So let's say we both got everything set up. Or actually, before we should go over the stat profile. I'm going to do the best I can with one hand here and try to show. Okay, this at least has some pictures on it. So hopefully this will show up at least enough to give you, no, not really. If you look at the stat profiles, I'm going to go over it very briefly because I can't really show you super close. I should have put it in the presentation. I didn't think of it. Now we might be able to try this. It's too hard to do with one hand. Oh well, we tried. So when you're looking at the stat profile, if you were to go to revelationswar.com and have me open up in another window or something so that you can still hear my voice, every unit has a cost. Those all obviously is just the points that you add up when you build your forces. Each of the units also says their type. So like for the hunter, it'll say Warmech, right? Then the cost beneath that. Under that is your move. The first value is how far you move for 1 focus. The next one is for 2. If you have a number in the parentheses, that's how far you can jump. Okay. All of those numbers are the up to distance. So if like the hunter can walk 11 inches. So I measure from edge to edge, where I'm starting on the base is where it'll go. And then I move that many up to that many inches. When I place the model, I can rotate it anywhere I want because without moving past the distance. But for example, with mechs and vehicles, they both have a rear and a front arc. So when you look at the notches on the base, whenever you go to print or assemble your stuff, the notches indicate the rear arc. Do not make them the front arc. Lots of people have done that because they're trained by other games that the front arc is small. In this game, I wanted to simplify that and say, we don't need to worry about side arcs. Let's just do front arcs and back arcs, and that's it. We can just keep the game moving because we don't want to add too many mechanics to where it slows everything down, right? So when I move my model and I place it, I can then choose to spin it. I don't have to keep it the exact same arc or physically turn the model as it's making the turn. I just move over here and I'm like, yeah, my Renatus was facing this way. I moved it. I wanted him to shoot that way. That's it. You just decide when you do that. You also can perform a free spin once per activation where you can just rotate it and it does not count as being moved because there are certain weapons that does matter, or you didn't want to use a focus to move. You just wanted to reposition. You can do that. Next is your melee value. This has to do with when you're performing a physical attack. There are different things like for mechs, there's punches, there's kicks, there's shoving, there's grabbing, there's charges and rams and death jumps. There's all different types of physical attacks, and they each have their own modifiers that are applied when you perform the attack. They have different cost value for focus points, and then they also have different consequences. So like death jumps, it's your mech jumping up and it's trying to land down on something to squish it. It damages your unit. It hopefully damages theirs, but it's a thing out of desperation. So if you lost both of the arms of your mech, right, you can still do something to do damage. You're not just like, well, I guess that guy's out of the game. No, you can still target lock. You can still run around the map. You can still perform charges. Like there's stuff you can do to still help your allies and not just be like, I guess he's dead. Next, after the melee value is your focus. So like, as I mentioned, most units have like vehicles and infantry and drones normally have 2. Some have 3, but it's rare. Mechs have at least 4. And every time you're performing an action, moving, running, jumping, death jumps, shooting, punching. Those all have a different focus cost, and that'll be in the rule book. It's all laid out super easy and very intuitive. Of like, okay, this is how you perform the attack. This is how much it costs. All the repercussions or things I have to do to meet so that I can do it. Next is if you're a mech, you have a pilot value beneath your focus points. That number, basically treat all numbers in Revelations when you have to roll something, you're always wanting to roll the highest number possible. So if you ever roll, because we use both D10s and D6s. So generally speaking, you're going to only use the D10 when performing an attack initially and when performing a pilot check. You also use it for initiative. So when you're using the D10, a 10 is always good. When you're rolling D6s, a 6 is always good. I wanted it that way. I know it's not necessarily intuitive, but I felt that I didn't like playing games where it kept switching. What do I want to see when I roll? So I figured whatever, it doesn't matter what shape, how many sides are on that dice. When I roll that dice under the table, the highest number it can roll is always a positive for me, right? When I roll it, it's always good. So then that way you have certain things that lower your numbers because then, so like if my pilot roll is a 5+, when I roll the D10, unless there's modifiers that change that value, I need a 5 or greater. I get a 6, great. I get a 10, I already know I did great, right? You don't have to be like, do I need ones here? Do I want to be low or do I want to be high? Well, you want to be low just because it's greater likelihood of success, but the higher things you roll are good. So that way you always see high numbers, good. Moving from there, because vehicles, drones, infantry, they won't have pilot. You move into the defense value. In that case, that is how much I need if I was shooting at one of your mechs and your mech has a 5+ defense, I need, when I roll my D10s to perform an attack, I need a 5 or greater, right? When it comes to the save value, and I'll perform an attack to kind of really narrate this a little bit better. So if I fire my Renatus, hits the Anya, right? I hit the defense value, which is also modified, we call it the total defense modifier, by terrain, by environmental conditions that affect certain weapons. Maybe there's other negatives to my unit. There's all kinds of stuff that can happen to impact that and change that around a little bit. But when I hit, I want to use the save. The save value determines, for like the Anya would roll, in order to try to prevent the damage. So we'll go through one particular attack here in a second just to kind of show that up. After you get done with the save value, if you have vehicles, drones, or infantry, they're going to have a health line, a health pool. The infantry I already mentioned will have multiple health pools, but each model still has one health pool. Nothing else has locations that can be damaged other than war mechs. So with war mechs, they have torsos, left arms, right arms, legs. They have 4 sections. If you look on the location chart, it's just lock chart. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what that is if I hit the Anya, he failed the save, so I know the damage is going to make it. I'm going to roll a d6 for each of the dice that hit or that got through the save, and that says where the damage is going on the Anya. So if I got a 1, 3, and a 6, that's torso for however much damage, left arm for whatever damage, and then the legs. So that way it kind of just divides it. And it's super easy because every single mech has that chart on there. You don't ever have to memorize it. It's very easy. You will. But we've tried to make everything super straightforward. When it comes to the weapons, they're like, you can look at it and figure it out. If you've ever played war games, you can immediately figure this out. The name of the weapon, the range is either if it's a dash, all weapons pretty much have infinite range. There are some that have minimums and there are some that have maximums. But otherwise, if it's a dash, you can shoot from edge to edge. And that's why I really try to stress how important terrain is in this game, because you see other games out there that have pretty much bare naked tables and there's like just a couple buildings here and there and like that's it. And in Revelation Skirmish, you want terrain on the table. You want it to be dense and on the table because you're going to get wrecked if it's all, because even infantry have infinite range because laser rifles could easily shoot a couple of blocks, right? So we just simplified it, said most weapons can just see, or if you can see, they can probably hit, and would just make it easy. Now, if we were started playing on much larger sections, well, then maybe laser rifles need to have a short range and a long range modifier or something, right? But right now, we don't have to worry about that in skirmish. Next is your rate of fire. That tells you how many dice you're going to roll for the attack and the type of dice that it is, because some things, like we're going to find out later with the reactive armor, affects ballistic and missile weapons only. So laser, it just ignores it. Lasers will ignore the reactive armor. There are certain shields that are affected by energy weapons only. So there's different stuff like that. Or AMS only can shoot down missiles. So there's different things so that you need to know what the weapon type is, but it's very straightforward. After that comes damage. That is the number that you are going to do damage for each successful dice. So if I roll 5 dice that do 2 damage each, say I hit with all 5, he fails all 5 saves, I'm going to do a maximum of 10 damage because 2 times 5. If it's a location dice, like if I was shooting a mech, I just roll 5d6 and then it tells me, or it tells him where to mark that the damage was. The location just says where, it's mostly for mechs, but it does also matter for vehicles. Infantry don't have a location because they can shoot in 360 degrees. The location does tell you, so like if a mech has a weapon in the left arm gets destroyed, it doesn't have that weapon anymore. It's just out of the game. For otherwise, and it's in the rulebook, there's like torso, left arm, right arm, front, rear, turret. So like if it's on a turret, it can shoot 360. Otherwise, it can only shoot front unless it says rear R or it says otherwise. Ammo. Most weapons don't have ammo. If you see a box or several boxes there, that's how many times that weapon can be fired. Doesn't mean if they hit. If you fire it, you tally 1 off. Next is the specials. So like that tells you if there's any keywords for your weapon, any modifiers for different things, or any other explanation that you need to know. It's usually all very simple and straightforward. If you do see any keywords there, when you go down to the keyword section beneath all of your weapons, every single unit has all the keywords for its weapons and any other keywords that are special to that unit in there. You won't have, if you do find any that aren't there, bring it up to us because we want to make sure that everything is accessible. I don't want you to be like, oh, the hunter has these lasers that say they do armor piercing. What is armor piercing? I don't know that rule yet. No, boom, it's right here on the list. Every single keyword is always right in front of you. So you don't have to go hunting through the rule book, hunting through codexes or other manuals. It's all right here, always in front of you when you print. So it'll tell you, like I said, the keywords. The last thing that's on the stat profile to mention is the crew abilities. Those are things that are special to that particular unit and only that unit. So if, for example, if the Bruticus were to capture my veteran hunter and they take it over, they're not going to be a veteran hunter. They're going to lose my veteran keyword. They're going to get all the other values that are on this unit, but they're going to lose that veteran keyword because that veteran keyword is that crew member. And you just took him out of the hunter and you popped in somebody else. I don't know if that guy's a vet, so he's not going to get that modifier. Or if there's other special things later, like Sturmhammers have a keyword for being Sturmhammers. If a Brute took him over, he's not a Sturmhammer. He's not going to get that keyword. The only other thing to mention that I kind of forgot at the top is the faction. In Revelation Skirmish, if you're playing like an official kind of game, you cannot mix factions. If you're playing Orca, you have to field Orca, Republic, Union, and so on. Mercenaries have the ability to play basically the entire catalog, but they have what we have called, and I mentioned earlier, the mercenary tax, where it's usually either slight negatives to their stats or it's a slight increase in their points. So then that way they're not going to be, they're not going to mix and try to get the best units from every faction and put them together, and then mercenaries are just the meta now because they just dominate everything. Generally speaking, mercenaries have to play a little bit more intelligent with their unit roster because they have that tax that by the time you get done adding in 12 units, if every unit went up 5 points from what it normally is, that's 60 points that's now just evaporated out of your list. So you're effectively playing with a 340-point list against someone with 400, which is fine. You can definitely win, but I just don't want to have the risk of someone mixing. I want the Goblin B9 because I love the crit potential there. And I want to bring in the Juggernaut because it's just, it's crazy. It's awesome. And I want a Vega. And I want, and then before you know it, they've built this primo, very cherry-picked list that just wrecks everybody because there's no negatives, right? So normally with the game mode, it would tell you how many rounds you're going to have. We'll be getting into that when we move on to, we won't really as much because we're going to just play until the game's done. But with the automated, the only other difference to really point out before we move on to the break is, and we get ready for the next part,
is that when you play against the automated system, you do not use order cards because the automated system doesn't play order cards back. So that mechanic is set aside when you're playing against the automated. The other thing is currently, although we're coming up with some ideas of how we can integrate it, currently the automated player will not be using drones. So I would recommend you not to use drones, but there's nothing stopping you from doing it. There's no rule that says you can't. Just right now, we don't have cards to tell the automated unit how to activate. There's some ideas of what we can do, but currently, like this very second, and like when we play the automated game, there will not be drones on either side, just to make it simple and just so that we're not basically wrecking the automated player because, well, they couldn't have access to the shield drones and the AMS drones. So now that, all this other stuff that they don't have access to, now we can do. Now, if you play against a player and that player's like, I don't want drones, I want all my points into big, strong tanks. That's up to them. They can do that. There's nothing against that. The drones are there to be passive and to be helpful to your force. So they're worth considering, but as far as with the automated. So I think at the moment that gives you the rough fundamentals. You would definitely be at the point after this to be able to start playing. And we're getting ready to get into that. We're going to take a couple of extra minutes as a break. So my goal would be, okay, secondary problem. We have to probably restart. We're going to try not restarting it first and try to get the mics working so that I don't have to hold this and that my ally Jerry will be able to talk too. If we can't get it to work, we're going to end this stream, start a new stream, because I believe that will fix it. So if the stream does go down, you can just refresh the YouTube channel, the Revelations YouTube channel. You will see, if you go up to live, you'll see where the other live is. If Chris is still here, I'll have him post the link also into Discord. So if you're on Discord, it'll be shared to you there. And I apologize, guys, for that. That's why we have backups, just in case there's tech problems. All right, so I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Hopefully, let's say we're going to do the test and stuff. We'll be started by, God willing, by 9:15. Okay, so it set us off by a little bit, but yeah. All right, anyway, thank you guys. See you in a few minutes.